city of Madhya Pradesh, and of course, cleanest city of the country. Let me close by wishing you delightful and stimulating next 3 days. Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom and enlightenment. Now, it's my honor to introduce you a person who has envisioned this academy. Hailing from a small village called Rampura, he has taught us that sky is the limit, but not to leave our roots in the process of progressing to heights. It's under Sir's guidance that world-class education with an emphasis on our values, on our culture, is provided at IPS Academy, producing professionals who are responsible citizens and conscious human beings. I welcome President of IPS Academy, Architect Achal Chaudhary, sir. Give a huge round of applause for sir.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, speakers, researchers, future architects, the students, to this August morning. First of all, I would like to congratulate SOA, means our principal, Ms. Manita and her team, to take initiative and organize this third phase of PACE. Here it would be very essential to thank all the participants of PACE 1 and 2, means with their participation, with their encouragement, and we were able to make the PACE first and second successful. That gave us courage to organize this third PACE. The theme is very proper for the type, the indigenous C2C, the conception to construction. In past few years, we have been very much impressed with the modern techniques and all that. And in that, we forgot our old techniques. It is very essential to take a review on those things. And I'm very sure this 3 days PACE will reveal a lot of facts which we'll be able to follow. I would like to thank here our chief guest, Architect C.R. Raju, the chairman, president of IIA, and at the same time, Architect Jitendra, chairman, MP chapter, chairman, IBGC, and Architect Parthos, vice chairman, junior vice chairman, IIA, and our eminent speaker, Nadra ma'am, who is a good architect and a well-known heritage conservationist. With that, I'm very hopeful that this space is going to be another milestone in the history. With that, once again, congratulate and best of luck to SOA and all the participants of this space. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful session for another 3 days. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We bear our encouragement in our minds as we move ahead. We would now like to welcome the Junior Vice President of IIA India and Chairman of IIA MP Chapter, Architect Jitendra Mehta, sir. Architect Jitendra Mehta, sir, has been involved in architecture, design, and planning of many award-winning and internationally acclaimed projects. I would request, sir, to please have his words on the subject.
Thank you. I hope I am audible. Respected Architect C.R. Raju, respected Architect Achal Chaudhary ji, all the respected faculties, Principal Madita Saxena ji, and all the respected faculties of IPS and dear students and dear professional friends. It is a great honor to participate in this phase 3. I think I should congratulate IPS Academy for the successful conduct of phase 1, phase 2, and creating a very, very impactful platform, which is integrating students, professionals, a lot of the speakers, and the most important thing is the research papers, which is so important at this juncture where we are standing right now. after 2 years of pandemic, probably the theme chosen for phase 3 is really very exciting because it talks about indigenous construction, conception to construction, which is really a very innovative theme. And probably I will correlate it to going back to our roots. Let me congratulate all the students. And I think with this platform PACE, which is third successful conduct, which is right now going on, IPS is definitely the foremost architectural institute in the entire central India, or rather in the country, which is creating such type of platform. And I'm sure students and also the professionals will be much benefited with that. With all these things, let me convey my best wishes for this fantastic event. And I'm sure the next 2 days are going to be a treat and indigenous conception to construction. And the most important thing, I still have the 2 volumes of PACE, which has been compiled after this convention. Probably convention for programs happens, but we don't have any documents to read it after 2 years. So it will be a delight for everyone because it is going to be an archive for your libraries, for your the collection and the documentation of this event. So with this, I congratulate IPS Academy, and once again, Architect Manita Saxena is also part of our IAMP chapter team, very active in that for conducting such a beautiful and inspiring program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Architect C.R. Raju has experience and expertise of over 40 years. He has worked in a wide range of projects from residential bungalows, apartments, group housing to commercial, institutional, recreational, hospitality, healthcare, industrial, and interiors. In addition to several awards and recognitions, Architect C.R. Raju sir has also received the IIA Outstanding Member Award from the year 2014. Now we would like to invite the chief guest of the conference, President of IIA India, Architect C.R. Raju sir.
Thank you. Respected Architect Achal Chaudhary ji, Architect Jiten Mehta, Dr. Manita Saxena, faculty members, speakers, students, and invited guests. First of all, let me appreciate the IPS Academy for organizing a very contextual and very good subject, which is very much concerning all of us. Indigenous architecture, concept to construction. See, as architects from times immemorial, people have always been involved from concept to construction. That is why we see across India landmarks which have been built over many centuries. Some of the projects which have been initiated have taken more than few decades or even centuries to complete. But if you see, there has been a seamless integration of the ideas, techniques, and knowledge throughout the period so that the projects have been completed with the utmost detail, intricate detail, which we have never seen anywhere else in the world. Using the artisans, the technicians, local material, and resources for all these projects. How they were able to do it and why we are not able to imbibe those qualities and proceed. Instead of that, the onset of technological inventions and many techniques have overwhelmed the entire profession, creating a little bit of redundancy in the entire design process. How we are going to really understand this and how we are going to mold ourselves in carrying forward our rich tradition is going to be the concept and the discussion in this conference. I'm very glad that this subject has been chosen because, see, today we see, if you go to any village or any, a tribal area, the beautiful architecture those local people have produced or still producing is something which we have to understand. And the richness of the thinking and how they are putting to use materials which are available locally and creating such wonderful habitats around them is something which we should not ignore. Today, in this fast-paced life, I think we have forgotten all that, and I think we have to go back to our basics and try to understand our roots, how we have developed from our roots, and how we have completely emerged as one of the richest civilizations in the world. But as I said earlier, the past century or so, the entire concept of design has shifted and it has become more commercial. There's nothing wrong in having commercial buildings or technological inventions, but how do we adapt them to our own context is the major issue. See, when you say concept to construction, every architect is supposed to, right from the concept development, go through the entire process of design, of discussion, of the needs, social customs, rules and regulations today, and every aspect of component which goes into the design of any building, and put together all these things and try to deliver something which can really sustain and create a lesser impact on the climate and the environment in the future. But for this, I think every architect has to do a lot of study and research. See, some of the projects which architects have done, the larger projects which are sustaining, is because the amount of study and research they have spent, sometimes years of study and research, before arriving at the actual solution, instead of just like putting it on the drawing board and making a immediate scheme and going for implementation immediately. But they have taken time to study the culture, the tradition, the practices of certain areas, and then try to mold all of this, put together all this into an architecture. That is what has made some of these landmarks sustainable over hundreds and thousands of years. Our temples, our forts, our palaces, they're all examples of extensive research and maybe material and artisans, and how they have used each and every part of the building to express the local, the aspirations of people, talents of people. Everything is visible and it has got a character. Each and every distinct region in our country had a character of its own. For example, buildings in Kerala have a specific character. Buildings in Kashmir have a specific character. Buildings in the North India have a specific character. Gujarat has a specific character. But somehow, after some decades, maybe of this thing, we have diverged into a different aspect so that buildings become the same throughout wherever you are building. I think this, rush towards building quickly, building large projects without, some study and research into the local context and various other things needs a lot of discussion. Not only discussions can happen, but putting those discussions and outcomes into practice is the biggest challenge. Because today, I think many architects are not even undertaking comprehensive services. When you undertake comprehensive services only, you can design something from concept to construction. Otherwise, some of them do partial services, your drawings. After that, what happens to the project, nobody knows. So there are some issues. But for that, we need we need patience. Patience is the key, because we need to put together a lot of patience in this, because only then can we have all these integrated. It takes time and we will not rush. And understanding and working with various experts also is very becoming very essential nowadays, because sorry, there's some calls. Essential these days, because we should not shy away from utilizing the expertise not only of the technical experts, but also the richness the traditional craftsmen and artisans have in various parts of the country. Whenever we do a project, whether we can utilize them and take their ideas and put them into practice. So these are some of the few thoughts which came to my mind when I saw this topic. And I'm very happy that the IPS Academy, under the guidance of Dr. Manisha Saxena, is organizing this conference. And I fully wish that this conference should deliberate and instill the confidence in each and every one participant that we have to practice what we discuss and not forget it after the conference. So that is my sincere wish. And I'm very happy to inaugurate this conference and wish the conference, the speakers, the students, each one of us is a student. We keep learning every day. This is the ocean, so there's a lot of information all of us can take from this conference. And thank you very much for inviting me, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We would also like to express our gratitude towards the Member of Legislative Assembly, Madhya Pradesh, Minister for Culture and Tourism, Usha Babu Singh Thakur, and Member of Lok Sabha, Shankar Lalwani, who have sent their best wishes for our conference. We would also like to share that Mrs. Sumitra Mahajan, the ex-Speaker of Lok Sabha, the Parliament of India, also sent her good wishes to our conference. She appreciated the theme of an international conference, that this theme also focuses on the vocal for local concept, initiated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji. We thank them for their best wishes. Our next speaker is Architect Abraham Petros, sir. With over 25 years of experience in the field of heritage conservation, tourism and development projects involving their conservation, preservation, restoration, and adaptive reuse for various states in India, including Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan, Architect Abraham Petros had worked on the projects of national, state, and municipal importance, as well as World Heritage Sites. We would like to inform everyone that 180 people from the Department of Architecture, MGM University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra, are also present here to attend the international conference. With huge respect, I would request Sir to please share his knowledge and expertise.
Hello friends, this is Architect Abraham Petros from Aurangabad, Maharashtra, and I'm sharing my presentation on art and architecture of Bagaur Ki Haveli, situated at Udaipur, Rajasthan. This is the front facade from the inside of courtyard of Bagaur Ki Haveli, of the two major courtyards. A short brief. Bagaur Ki Haveli was built by Sri Amarchand Badwa, who was the Prime Minister of Mewar from 1751 to 1778. During the reigns of Maharana Pratap Singh II, Maharana Raj Singh, Maharana Ari Singh, and Maharana Hamir Singh. After the death of Sri Amarchand Badwa, the possession came under the domain of Mewar state royal family. Maharana's brother Maharaj Nath Singh occupied the Haveli, and with that Bagaur Thikana became a very important place in the Mewar royal family. The chief of Bagaur Thikana was hereafter called Maharaj. Whenever the royal family was left with no male heir to succeed, thus boys from Bagaur Ki Haveli were majorly adopted to succeed the Mewar throne. On the left bottom, you can see the aerial view of Bagaur Ki Haveli along with Gangaur Ghat and Lake Pichola. 4 Maharanas of Mewar relating to Bagaur ki Haveli. Between 1828 to 1884, 4 Maharanas of Mewar, namely Maharana Sardar Singh, Maharana Swarup Singh, Maharana Shambhu Singh and Maharana Sajjan Singh were adopted from Bagaur Thikana, who had spent their entire childhood and youth age playing in the chowks and corridors of Bagaur ki Haveli. Maharaja Bhim Singh, who succeeded Maharaja Nath Singh, built Gangaur Ghat on the banks of Lake Pichola near Bagaur ki Haveli, which became the venue of annual Gangaur festival celebrated in Chaitra, which falls in the months of March or April. Maharana Sajjan Singh, the last one to be adopted from Bagaur Thikana, awarded the ownership of Bagaur to his father Maharaj Shakti Singh and made him chief of Bagaur. In 1878, Maharaj Shakti Singh built the palace with intricate glass inlay works on the Tripolia, 3 arch gates at Gangaur Ghat. After the death of Maharaja Shakti Singh, the Thikana of Bagaur was resumed by the Mewar state since there was no male descendant to succeed Bagaur Thikana. Maharana Fateh Singh declared Bagaur ki Haveli Khalsa and merged it with the state of Mewar. His successor Maharana Bhupal Singh renovated this Haveli and converted it into Grade 3 guest house where their royal guests were accommodated. Post-independence, the government of Rajasthan used the building for housing government employees. For nearly 40 years, the Haveli's condition deteriorated to a deplorable extent without any maintenance, during which the damage and neglect went unchecked until its restoration works were finally taken over by West Zone Cultural Center, with their head office housed at Bagaur ki Haveli. In the year 1986, Government of Rajasthan handed over the historical Bagaur ki Haveli to West Zone Cultural Center to set up its headquarters. Bagaur ki Haveli is located on the Gangaur Ghat on banks of Lake Pichola, overlooking Jag Niwas, now Hotel Lake Palace, and Jag Mandir. It was a Herculean task to restore Bagaur ki Haveli, which has 138 rooms, balconies and courtyards, terraces and numerous corridors. Local traditional material and skills were used to reconstruct and restore this historical building to its pristine glory, taking care to retain its authenticity and vernacular architectural style. After 5 years of strenuous efforts, it is a matter of great satisfaction and pride that West Zone Cultural Center has set up Bagaur ki Haveli Museum displaying native arts and crafts, which is seen and admired by thousands of tourists visiting Udaipur from all over India and world around. This is the price chart for tourists, Indian and foreigners, and that of the Dharohar Dance Show. The timings of the museum are 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and after that Dharohar Dance Show starts in the first floor courtyard of Bagaur ki Haveli. This is an inside view from the courtyard showing various architectural features, the projected balconies, stone motifs, projected weather shades in stone, ornate screen jalis, wooden shutters, and various other elements of the building. Restoration of Bagaur ki Haveli. The West Zone Cultural Center converted the Haveli into a museum while retaining the royal look in the same old architectural style. To maintain its old charm, several royal family members were consulted and the Haveli was restored using local and traditional skills portraying Mewad's aristocratic culture. The materials used for the restoration of Bagaur ki Haveli included the traditional materials like Lakhori bricks and lime mortar. Several murals done in Araish in the 18th and 19th century were uncovered and many doors, windows and perforated screens were repaired and those extremely damaged were replaced with the same material. Present status: there are 138 rooms as well as numerous corridors and balconies, courtyards and terraces. The interiors of the Haveli are embellished with intricate glass and fine mirror work called as tukdi work embedded in stucco plaster. It also showcases various costumes, headgears, armory and modern art displayed in various galleries of the museum. It also preserves an example of Mewadi painting on the walls of Queen's Chamber. While strolling in the Haveli, you can also see private quarters of royal ladies, their bathrooms, dressing rooms, bedrooms, living rooms, worship rooms and recreational areas. The chambers of the royal ladies still bear fine frescoes of Mewadi style and there are glorious colored glass windows in stained glass. Some of the rooms display finest craftsmen with 2 peacock impressions made up of colored glass mosaics. Unique symbols of Rajputana art and craft such as jewelry boxes, dice games, hookahs, pan boxes, nutcrackers, hand fans, rose water sprinklers, copper vessels and other items are also displayed here. In the evening, Bagaur ki Haveli is marvelously lit with glowing colorful lights and stage all set for enjoyable performance of traditional dance and music of Rajasthan at Dharohar Dance Show is all set to enthrall the visitors, tourists and audience present. Bagod Ki Haveli is a perfect place to explore the ancient art, architecture and lifestyle of the royal family of Mewar. These are some inside views with the office bearers when I visited their office. Inside areas which were restored during the process by West Zone Cultural Center. Various rooms and galleries of Bagod Ki Haveli. Baithak Kaksh, sitting room, a room where the queen sat with her friend and relatives to discuss issues pertaining to politics and social science. This place was called Queen's Tarikhana, which exhibits the peculiar seating arrangements of this room. Gangor Kaksh, that is room of Gangor. In Mewar, the festival of Gangor and Tej are celebrated with great fervor. This is a festival of Gan meaning Lord Shiva and Gaur meaning Lourdes Parvati. Tripolia, 3 gates in front of this Haveli leads to Gangor Ghat, where citizens of Udaipur congregate to celebrate and witness Gangor festival. Majisa ka Kamra, room of Maharaja's mother. The room of Majisa, who was the grand old lady of the house, had a white setting, as white is a symbol of purity. The room had her personal articles of puja, the portraits of her husband and paintings depicting episodes from holy scriptures. Manoranjan Kaksh, that is entertainment room. Entertainment has an important role in human life. Every segment of human society created its own sources of entertainment. Havelis and royal houses of Mewar had Chaucer, royal chess or Gyan Chopper, Samp Sidi, snake and ladder, mainly as the games of indoor entertainment. This improved their ruling skills and enhanced the players' power to think. Depicting this tradition, this room exhibits chess, chopper, snake and ladder, and ganjifa, as shown in the image in the middle, the popular indoor games. The women of royal household played these games during leisure hours with their intimate friends and relatives. Parenda Kaksh, drinking water storage place. In the Havelis and royal households, a parenda, which is a collected drinking water storage place, was near the kitchen. The maids of queen filled water for their mistress from here. Parenda consisted of neat terracotta and copper pitchers. From the parenda, water was taken to different apartments of queens in small pitchers. Puja Kaksh, room for worship. The queens of the royal household worshipped their Ishtdev deity at their own residence. A room for worship was made in the Haveli premises to provide an easy access to the royal ladies. Sangeet Kaksh, music and study room. The residents of royal Havelis and royal households were the great patrons of art and were passionately involved in it. In line with this tradition, most of the Havelis had a music and study room in them. This indicated the inclination of occupants towards music and literature. This room was an institution in itself, where ladies of this Haveli learned music, studied literature, and the religious scriptures. These rooms were equipped with musical instruments like sarangi, nagada, shehnai, dholak, flute, jhanj, etc. Shringar Kaksh, dressing room. Shringar Kaksh, the dressing room consisted of the manjusha, wooden trunks, with fineries which the ladies wore. The women residents of Mewar Havelis and royal household wore colorful and designed drapes in different seasons. They wore Fagniya in the month of Fagun and Leheriya in the month of Shravan. The room had jewelry boxes and various metal boxes consisting of valuable, priceless and rare ornaments. After dressing up, the ladies applied perfumes from the Itradan exhibited in the room. Perfumes were mainly the extracts of rose, jasmine, sandalwood, etc. as seen in the image on right. Shayan Kaksh bedroom. The bedroom was arranged in such a fashion that the ladies could be comfortable in all seasons. In summers, the cloth ceiling fans were pulled by the maids to fan the residents. In winters, the room was heated by placing sigdis, metal hearths in it. The decor of the room was according to the taste of royal lady. The room had a dholiya, bed with mattresses, quilt, pillows, hand fans, etc. It also had drinking water arrangement, wooden trunks for clothes and footwear, etc. The image and a mannequin of royal family's wedding is shown on the right. These are images of Gangor Ghat, various architectural features of it, projected balconies in stone, stone motifs, multi-foliaged arches. The Dharohar Dance Show is performed in the evening from 6 to 7 p.m., 7 to 8 p.m. in the summers, and in the winters only one show goes on. Artists performing Various dance forms are seen here in the courtyard and the audience watching them. Various dance forms like Ghumar, Bhavai dance, Gauri dance, Tera Tal dance, Chhari dance, puppet shows are performed. Various dance forms are also arranged during various occasions, festivals, and events arranged by West Zone Cultural Center. Tourists, Indians, and foreigners sitting and enjoying the moments. Artists performing various dance forms, and foreigners also take pleasure in learning them with traditional dances. Gangaur Ghat or Gangori Ghat is the main ghat situated near the waterfront of Lake Pichola in Udaipur. It is situated downtown from Jagdish Chowk area. It is known for Bagor Ki Haveli, a popular tourist destination of the city. Gangaur Ghat is a popular destination of celebration of large number of cultural festivals. With this, I am presenting a short brief about Gangaur Ghat as well. Gangaur festival is one of the most important local festivals in Rajasthan. Traditional processions of Gangaur commences from the city palace and several other places, which passes through various areas of the city. The procession is headed by old palanquins, chariots, bullock carts, and performance by folk artists. After the processions are complete, the idols of Gan and Gauri are brought to this ghat and immersed in the lake Pichola. Jaljulni Ekadashi. The Jaljulni Gyaras or Jaljulni Ekadashi is a popular event celebrated around Gangaur Ghat on the 11th day of each waxing Shukla Paksh and waning moon, Krishna Paksh. Different processions start from the various parts of the city and end at one point, that is Gangaur Ghat, where people swing the idols of Lord Krishna in child form, Bal Gopal in Lake Pichola. These processions are called Ram Revdis. Idols of Gangaur being carried by women in traditional attire from Jagdish Chowk to Gangaur Ghat during Gangaur festival, which were clicked by me during my stay there. View of hotels, the traditional buildings which are converted into hotels, seen from Gangaur Ghat opposite to Lake Pichola. Various images of Tripolia Gate and Gangaur Ghat where people enjoy their leisure hours and spend time. Any tourist coming to Udaipur never misses being here. Inside views of Bagor Ki Haveli showing the terrace view on the left top. On the right are pillared corridors in stone pillars and stone railings leading to various rooms. And the left bottom is stone storage water tank which has got water fountain. Images of Gangaur Ghat in the night with various architectural features. Gangaur Ghat and the festivals. In the right image, you can see people thronging and placed on various rooftops and levels of Gangaur Ghat and Tripolia Gate, enjoying the view of traditional boat and various events of the festival. On the left bottom is a painting of horse and elephant, which is the traditional art form of Udaipur. On the right, you can see Tripolia Gate of City Palace. Please do visit Bagor Ki Haveli Dharohar Show and Gangaur Ghat in the capital of Mewar, Udaipur. Thanks. These are the sources which I used for my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all for being patient listeners. Just now we went through the recorded presentation session, and I'm presenting myself from our department. So please don't mind the surrounding. Respected guests, Honorable Achal Chaudhary sir, C.R. Raju sir, entire faculty of IPS Academy who are more than a family to me, and the students of IPS Academy who are my God-gifted students from time ahead. And it's been a long journey of mine from 2015 that I'm connected with IPS Academy. I'll just proceed another session of mine, which is not from the recorded part, which I shared with the department. Here I I think of portraying my work on the city of Udaipur. Just give me 1 sec to upload the file. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Thank you for informing. So here I'll be taking you through a short journey from the main city of Udaipur. Bagor in itself is not the only single Haveli which speaks about Udaipur. Udaipur is all about a complete family. It's Mewar in itself. So it showcases innumerous architectural styles, Rajputana architecture, various art forms, various areas. I was fortunate enough to work under the Udaipur Smart City Limited on representing project management consultants, FTSA India Limited, and my designation was heritage conservation expert and inner city renewal expert. My engagement was for around 2 years and 1 month, and it was a wonderful journey along with many other experts, colleagues who worked with me, and we learned a lot. We worked a lot. So that entire journey, in short, though I won't be able to complete all the works in this presentation, I'm just proceeding with that. This is an aerial view of Bagor Ki Haveli, and you can see on the rear end, City Palace, the rooftop and levels of City Palace. As I just shared in the recorded presentation, that it is all about the contours which were beautifully utilized by the Maharanas, understanding the gradients of Aravalli Hills. The saucered areas are all lakes. Here you see on the rear end, uh, the various hotels which have come up. So initially these buildings didn't exist to such greater heights, but with the passing phase of time, people have started building upper floors, causing added load on the lower structure. So that is one area of concern which requires proper intervention from the municipal authorities. But our work in this entire project was to move ahead with, just a second, my next slide is not moving. Yes. So our responsibility was to work on the facade conservation of the buildings which were in the bazaars. And apart from that, we took some areas which were on the banks, the ghats of Lake Pichola. I won't read the entire detail here because we've already gone through some literature part. I'll proceed with the images and detailing about them. It's a recorded session, so one can always go through the details. So these are some views of Lake Pichola. It has pristine beauty, and it's a dream place for a lot of youth, tourists, foreigners, Indians, native people. It's a dream for them, and it's a pride possession from them. Down you see the Daiji Ki Pulia and one more bridge ahead, and this where my arrow moves is the fortification wall. Outside this, we are outside the fortified wall, which had 11 gates. One of the gates which connects to the bridge and the main city here, which has now expanded. Rear end, you can see Aravalli Hills. This image we saw during the recorded session. Here we see in Bagor Ki Haveli, the weathering effects on the main building. You can see algae deposits, fungal infection. Some areas have popped and peeled plasters, moisture penetration. Some buildings on the rear end, which are the hotels, mostly they are into commercial areas. They all have come up, and the greater heights of the Havelis have reduced. You can see the chhajjas and weather shade. Their colors show that it has weathered by the course of time. A small water tank here, which is part of the courtyard. You can see the motifs, intricate jalis and stonework. They all are part and parcel of Bagor. It's a place once we must visit. I'll be starting with Bagor and we'll be taking the journey towards the main town. Again, here you see honeycombing of plaster. Though some interventions were taken care of due to shortage of fund by the department, presently it is under West Zone Cultural Center of India, and it houses the main headquarters of theirs. Again, on the left image, we see some honeycombing vegetation on the top, the parapet wall. This is Kamal Talao, which developed cracks and all. As we call stucco plaster in English, it is native, in native language, it is called as araish. So they all were finally finished in Araish. The preparation of material, everything was carried by us during the project's development. Here you see some rooms which have been utilized in such manner. Again, a part of Kamal Talao and a broken flower pot and the reveal of it. Some areas like now one major thing which students of architecture who are attending here, I would also take this journey as a small class for them. Here we understand that when human intervention takes place or some person who is not really passionate about the subject intervenes, he makes his own way and connects the way he feels is appropriate, and that is what causes major damage. As you see here, some holes have been punctured to run along the rainwater lines and all. Next time when it will rain, this will be the pockets and areas which will be taking moisture and allowing dampness beneath, which is very clearly visible here on the bottom area. Now the stone which were used for weather shades and all, mostly even for the gokhdas, projected balconies are called as gokhdas. Most of the stones which were used are Nimbaheda stones. Nimbaheda is a place close to Udaipur. It is in the close proximity and the quarry of Nimbaheda is used. Again, in the previous image, you saw some plumbing lines, just like the sewer lines. This is the main courtyard where the galleries have been made. Again, some glass shutters enclosing the main courtyard. These were the authorities with whom we initially developed the project. You can see by evening, tourists just throng in. Their schedule is such that early morning, they'll go to City Palace. They'll spend some good time, nearly half a day. Then they'll have their lunch. They'll move around to the old town, do some shopping. And in the evening, by the time it's 6, they'll be moving to Gangor Ghat, spending some time on the banks of Lake Pichola. And further, they'll be moving to Bagor to enthrall themselves with the classical dance performances by expert performers there. Here on the rear end, again, on the narrow street line, you can see what was the original height of old structures, the heritage sites which existed originally. And now how many floors have we gone above? Though the form resembles and replicates the lower form, but they are adding a lot of load. They are adding load on the sewer lines, they are adding load on the water supply lines, and the town finds itself in a great difficult situation to cater to basic needs of residents and natives around here. Again, archival images of Udaipur showing Gopal Mandir, Jagat Shiromani Mandir, and City Palace. The right side image is City Palace. These all streets were a part of project. We took over nearly 11 bazaars and we did facade restoration of theirs, including pre and post documentation of the conservation sites. Here, I would like to read the names so that everyone here who's attending can understand what nature of markets they were. So package 1, they were divided into 2 packages, package 1 and package 2. The project was titled as Facade Conservation Signages and Illuminations of 11 Traditional Bazaars in the Walled City of Udaipur. The first of them was Jagdish Chowk to City Palace. So concentric to everything. On the left-hand side bottom image, you can see some marble steps and the flag here. That is part of Jagdish Temple, and the Chowk, which is overlooked from there. This was the concentric point leading to Bada Bazaar, then to City Palace on this side, and Gangor Ghat on the lower line. So Jagdish Chowk to City Palace was the one stretch which we took over in the project. Second was Jagdish Chowk to Gangor Ghat. Third was Jagdish Chowk to Ghantaghar, the clock tower. Ghantaghar to Bada Bazaar, Ghantaghar to Hathi Pol. In package 2, we took some bazaars which were Dhan Mandi, Sindhi Bazaar, Mochiwada, the cobblers region, where shoemakers were there, Gogawat Wadi, Malda Street, and Bhatiani Chohata. So the names are very traditional. Everything has got a meaning for itself. Now, as I said, Jagdish Chowk was concentric to all. More than 250 buildings were listed by me and my team, who were part and parcel of the PMC for the project. And under this project, we used to move around in the streets, list them, write their names. Then that entire thing was put in the responsibility of the contractors, and he was the one to document under his scope of work. You can see the interiors and lanes. Not much of traffic or large vehicles can pass by easily. But under the project, it was not only the heritage sites which were taken up, even the infrastructure development project was taken up as a major part of the area. So many engineers were involved dedicatedly for working on the sewer lines, roads, other services, even the ICT part and all. And one important thing before I miss acknowledging is I was connected with Jitendra Mehta sir's documents all the past, whatever smart city project SCPs were prepared for many cities of India, smart cities are taken care and prepared by Jitendra Mehta sir and his office. And today it's a privilege for me that I'm sharing my experience and work when he is present with us. So the right hand side, again, you see the shops. People here in Udaipur are quite aspiring natured. So even a short 1 day loss of business is a big havoc for them. So the major issues which we were facing was there were a lot of festivals post Diwali and that particular month, maybe post October approximately, wherein the streets were supposed to be crowded, like for Ras Dandiya and during Navratri and other festivals, traditional festivals. But the contractors experienced great difficulty in executing work, especially to put their scaffolds, which at least take minimum of 3 feet in the front from both sides. So there were buildings which were listed, and as per the sequence, they were worked upon. You can see on the right bottom, donkey being loaded with some material and which were removed from the project. On the middle image, you can see one building which we took up, which was a Haveli. The owner was very receptive natured, who accepted our work. In this entire project development, it is very important that we get an NOC, that is no objection certificate, from the owners, without which it is next to impossible to proceed, though municipal authorities may impose their own rules and regulations, but then consent of the owner is very important. In the entire project development, it was our duty as a team, apart from being the heritage conservation team, it was our responsibility to even interact with people amicably, become friends with them, although it is part and parcel of our nature, but then we had to make them understand how important your city is, though they knew it very well, but then their business and the loss which they were supposed to face became a big hindrance under this development project and program. The middle image which you see, that is the one when it was started with. Some patches which you see here, only the areas which have popped and peeled plaster were taken up. These are the approaches how we should move for a work. It is not removing or descaling the entire plaster from the facade and doing it again. Only the areas which require attention shall be worked upon. Those where we have cracks and other areas which are affected due to course of time, maybe due to human vandalism or weathering conditions or passing phase of time, we need to work on those areas in very minute manner. So even the laborers who came, who were working, were spoken to, interacted with, and made understand time and time that everything should be worked very carefully. Here you can see some bazaars and their names. Bada Bazaar was especially known for the trade of cloth, gold and silver smiths. Jagdish Chowk to Ghantaghar, that stretch was more for mixed community use. Ghantaghar to Hathipol for gold and silver smiths, which is Sarafa and community-based goods. Jagdish Chowk to Gangaur Ghat was mixed and handicrafts. These were the products sold here. Jagdish Chowk to City Palace was mixed use and handicrafts. Dhan Mandi was for grains and household goods. Malda Street for traditional clothes. Gogawadi Bazaar for traditional clothes again. Mochiwada for community-based, especially for footwear. Sindhi Bazaar for mixed use. So such was the area and how it was proceeded with. These are some objectives of conservation of heritage sites. You can, again, as I said, it's a recorded session. One can always go through it. So I won't consume time in reading it because for me, much more important is sharing the practical experience of our project's development and the journey which we went through. So these, I'm holding it for a second so that someone who wants to take a screenshot or can read it for a while or pause it. So moving to the next slide. Again, as we spoke about the focus and to the main concept and theme of this phase 3 is from concept to construction. I took concept to construction as concept, I took it as art, and conception I took as construction, I took as architecture. So concept to construction for me was art to architecture. Unless and until we won't have any art forms, architecture becomes much incomplete. So we need to have some profiles, some artisans input, just as Honorable C.R. Raju sir shared that every city had their own identity They had their own references, their own importance. And that's how the entire nation, every region is known about. Unless this globalization wave came up and everything is getting replicated in any corner of the world, including the attire of people around. Here, the paintings which you see on the wall are representing the traditional marriage procession, wherein a camel is painted and a horse or elephants are painted, and the palanquins which are carried by the men. These are some images of gokhadas. Now, for some of you, gokhada might be a new terminology. When I went to Udaipur in the year 2017, for me also these terms were very much new. Tornas, gokhadas, ghanti, everything. I mean, lot many other words, jiki plaster. So all these things we kept on learning and working on. We need to have an analytical mind. We need to be receptive to learn and accept art and architecture of various regions. Here you see the brackets which are supporting the projected balcony, the gokhadas, are painted in blue. So the owner, he felt that this is the best manner in which he could do it. So he did approach through his own intervention to make his building look graceful so that the tourists can stop around and shop over. The small windows which you see are places where on the lower line of the gokhada, women are seated, and through this jali, maintaining their privacy and respect, these windows are too large now. Generally, they are much more smaller than this. And there are small holes which you can see here. They provide ventilation to these balconies, even the jalis. So very well thought architecture, which one shall really visit and experience. Again, during the progress of the project, we learned that during the passing phase of time with each festival, we people tend to whitewash a building or to paint it in distemper or something. The best thing was most of the areas were not painted with something wherein they removed the previous layer and redid the work. That lethargic approach was much more beneficial for us because the original paintings were left behind. You can see a cow here, the feet of a cow, and the plaster being scraped off and the waste fallen down. So utmost care was taken to work on this. Now, again, on the right, sorry for one image missing on the right, this balconies and projected gokhada, which I said, below that, you see these are the kind of shoplets. So there is a restaurant below. So owner wants the person to approach and enjoy his meals and give them good business. So here you see some staircase bottoms, this riser and treads where wall paintings are done. The best thing what we experience in Udaipur is the reverse ceiling painting. It is something which really impressed me. I was there for a long period, as I said, nearly 25 months, wherein I was much impressed that how could someone paint reverse with such perfection and grace on the ceilings. Here you see the interiors and lanes of Udaipur. The reason why I kept on taking all these photographs was that as the wave and I should call it a virus of development is passing through our entire country, lot many buildings are being put down. I teach elective to architecture students of 4th year and 2nd year. I always tell them that either you document it by means of photography or by means of videography or by means of drawings. So that is when you can at least record that moment in a still time and you can keep it for the next generation to be showcased, even if due to some unforeseen circumstances that building cannot withstand or survive its time. So here you see the interior lanes, and very narrow lanes for a four-wheeler to go is very difficult. Now the plaster, this kind of work which is seen below in stone, this is the sandstones from Aravali Hills. They are called as Tiri work, T-I-R-I, Tiri work. We in our architectural language, we can call it pitching. So it's a dry pitching kind of work, which is called as Tiri in the native language. Again, the Nimbaheda stone slabs, even Chittor black stones were used. You can see the multiple layers of lime plaster above it. So all these areas were documented. We had times in the right image, we can see Honorable Mayor and myself and the team of our experts, along with the councillors and all engineers from the Udaipur Municipal Commissioner, interacting with the native people. So it is very important that we are not the custodians of the town. We are there to do some work which is in our capacity and expertise, but it requires consent of the native people. So every now and then when we'll walk, someone will come and interact with us. On the left image, you can see Honorable CEO Sir and the team visiting Bagor Ki Haveli, wherein we interacted with the team authorities and we went through the building, what all work shall be carried out. It was my responsibility to brief the nature of works. Here you see some beautiful mosaic tiles which were hid behind the lime wash. You can see some lime wash above them. They are not the broken or damaged areas. Such mosaics were again seen in different areas of Bagor Ki Haveli. You can see thin cracks which are visible here. On the right, you can see some floral patterns. Again, when the development was carried this was a Ayurvedic hospital, which was earlier called as Lansdowne Hospital. So when we started with the work, we saw that lot many areas and the pointing was required for the work. So Surkhi plaster was prepared and pointing was done very carefully by the team there. You can see the mason, and it was not for sure that all of them, even this young boy, you can see by his age, you can make out not very much experienced in the nature of work to be executed. But then we had to interact with them. The contractors team was again informed how to work. So every small area was taken care and worked upon. The major difficulty what we always face in such work is that we cannot hole or drill the props or scaffolding within the walls as we do otherwise in new buildings and routine structures. Here they have to be freestanding. So now for them to be freestanding, at least they are minimum 2 feet away from the main building. So you can imagine if it's minimum 2 feet away, or as per the projection of weather shades, it has to be at least 5 feet overall away from the main building line. So that is how we were facing difficulty for the traffic moving around. Again, the interiors, night times were the best for us to work. You can see a narrow building. So we proceeded with the works where the owners kept on giving consent based on that. So that was very important. Sometimes due to festival seasons, as I said, there was the delay in getting consent. On the left, the image which you see when it is being worked upon, in the middle photo, you can see it is a bit finished, though it is not completely done. But the small windows of Gokhadas, as I said, the projected balconies, were missing with the wooden panels and all. The similar details of architecture was followed and those shutters were placed. Such was the size of ventilators and the windows with small holes. On the right, you can see theory work of the masonry structure having a long line crack. Everything, even a small niche, which is called as an alcove, was cleaned and they were worked. You can see the mason holding a thatch, a complete jute in his hand, a rope rather, and he's praying on the niche, the bottom line of the alcove, and cleaning with it. He's wearing a hand glove, helmet, the dress and all. So all security measures were taken care. When down, you can see one of the brackets being worked upon. Certain times, yes, the machineries were utilized, but then after this is done, a manual finish was done. And everything pre and post was documented so that we know what was before and after. I won't be able to share the drawings because it is part of, there are certain restrictions and limitations as per the project's requirement. So I'm sharing the work images. Here you can see we're measuring the areas. Now, once the contractor is done, certain times we had to go to cross-check whether the drawings have been done properly and recheck the drawings. Now you can see the mixes for the grouting here, and then the shutters of doors which have got a wax finish, some patchworks. I presently hail from Aurangabad, Maharashtra. I remember one door here which has got horseshoe nails completely nailed on the shutter. It is called as Makai Darwaza in Aurangabad, out of the 52 gates which existed once. So we saw by course of time, people have started removing up till the height they could do. The ones on the top were not possible to remove. Similar to that, here you can see that some planks, some areas, some metal parts are no more in existence. You can see a small wicket door here. So this whole door was reworked again. You can see Belgium glass. We call it Belgium glass, but then of course, these glasses, everything, if you talk about plaster of Paris, we title Paris. We title Belgium glass, we title Belgium. Every time we have got some Western name which is popularized through our work. Whereas all this material, you go to Firozabad, you go to Saharanpur, you get everything here, everything is produced here. Beautiful, graceful watermelon chandeliers, glass works, everything is available in our country. Only thing is, it is need of the time and art that we need to protect these craftsmen and people who have knowledge in working in such areas and give them much more opportunities so that their next generation don't diverge or divert from themselves from the core profession. For this, a guild formation is very much required from the Ministry of Culture, which is another area of subject. I will request even my own institute, that is MGM University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra, and IPS Academy, Indore, to take such initiatives so that guild formation can be introduced or propagated, and people who are best in their trade shall be given an opportunity. So here you can see again the work in progress, people working the door. We didn't cross the limits of the door, but yes, when we are working on the main line, there are some structures which are embedded deep inside the thickness of the wall. So we have to go to certain extent wherein those area also shall be worked upon. So sometimes we need to take the keys of the main door with the permission of the owners, go inside and do work. So slowly we started understanding. Now here you can see the date which I worked on, that is November 2018. So we started sending a wave and a message to people that yes, these people are doing this for the betterment of our city and town. And people themselves started coming and talking to me that, sir, we want our building also to be worked upon. It was not that they don't have to spend for their building and everything is being done under the government's funding. But then they started understanding importance of their rich heritage, their prideful position, what they have from their ancestral passing. So that was much more important. So here on the right, you can see, sorry for that slide change. On the bottom, you can see some areas where the plaster and the bottom area were loose. They were worked upon. Again, the finished part of Kacheri building, which was just adjoining City Palace, the building before that. Next time you visit Udaipur, you will see all this building. I'm sure you will remember today's presentation of mine and give a feedback. I will wait for that. So here again on the lower image, you can see some work being carried out. But even when the work is going on, some screening is required, a small chhatri and kiosk on the rear end, some electrical panels and posts which were in existence. So many departments were involved to move them and work upon. Now down you see the initial stages image, and the top you can see the projects being finished. Again on the middle image on the right hand side, there were identical symmetrical post kiosk on either side of the lane rather. So down you can see, sorry, some shops which are providing juice centers and handicrafts and all. So it was a tough time to interact with them, convince them. Anything falls below, someone comes to shout and yell on the laborers and work gets disrupted. So all these things were a routine working process. That is how it happens in the when we work for conservation works, especially in the main town. So here you can see the progress of work happening. Again, we saw these images. After cleaning it manually, you can see the finish. The lime wash was removed and the original stone finish was brought out. The doors and windows were anti-termite treated, and they were finished fine with proper finishes of so that they have weathering coatings of lacquer and all. Here in this building, this is the rooftop of Ayurvedic hospital which we saw. Here some panels were missing, but the best thing what we had was some elements were available. And now you can see one important thing, that none of the panels are symmetrical to each other. So it was in this form. We did have some references, and based on that, you can see some stone arches, multi-foliaged arches being introduced here. Some torrents on the top are missing. Again, they were completed. The bottom areas, you can see the stone samples of Nimbaheda stone blocks completed and finished. And these torrent blocks which are lying down, which will be taken on the rooftop. Of course, they are always on the rooftop, not on the floor line. These small moldings which you see on the bottom line where people are sitting and working, they are called as dasa, D-A-S-A. Present for us, it is a molding or some small ornamental finish, but everything in native Rajasthani language has a terminology. These are cartouches which are on the top. So here on the middle of this multi-foliaged arch, these cartouches were to be introduced, which was originally in existence. Here you can see one more arch in finish. And these buildings, which are modern buildings on the rear end, you can see they are finely finished, well done, and they have hardly any feature. They don't have any architectural features which would resemble the original art form. But this wave, I'm very sure, since 2019 April, I have not visited Udaipur, so I'm very sure that the changes are in existence. It's always very important to ignite a spark, and once that catches a fire, that wave automatically moves ahead. So that job has to be done by someone. So here you see that the bases were missing, and This is an entrance gate heading towards the parking lot before City Palace on the main street of a little bit away from Jagdish Chowk. So here the continuous movement of vehicles kept on hitting the sides of the gate and they got descaled even due to weathering conditions. Nimbahera is a stone which has it has a scaly finish. So here you see again the base lines finished. Again the nighttime working because in the daytime it was much difficult to work. And the finishes of Araish and Jiggy plaster and everything. Jiggy is wherein we have crush of marble along with fine sand and lime. They all are, rather than sand, crush of marble plays a vital role in laying as a bonding material. Then some samples are being made, and these samples were approved based on which further finishes were moved. Again, on the right, you can see some samples done, the layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. So whatever the panel is finished and approved, they are the ones allowed to move. Here you see the clock tower, which is Ghantaghar, and the multiple, some in the recent past, not recent past, approximately say 15 years back or something, some works were, yes, taken care, but then due to different nature of approach done, or maybe the expert hands or the complete team, like I said, there were a big volume of experts from project management consultants and Udaipur Municipal Corporation, the concerned authorities, including first it was spearheaded by Municipal Commissioner Honorable Mr. Siddharth Sihag. He was the backbone for our confidence and support when we moved, and further it was he was followed by other commissioners who joined later. And here you can see one temple, the Shikhara of which is being worked upon. These are the main entrance gates again of the temples of Jagat Shiromani Temple, Gokul Mandir and all. Some chemical treatment being done so that it doesn't cause weathering effects in the later times. No algae deposits, no fungal deposits to be witnessed in the later time. All this chemical finish which you see in wet finish gets dried up later on, and some areas were also finished. You can see some finish here. Again, the images, some of the images we saw on the right hand side, you can see the haphazard laying of electrical cables, which is a sad story of every old city in the entire country. So they were underlaid. Prior to this, I worked for Heritage Walk of Amritsar. We have experienced much more complex situations than this there, wherein the lanes were very narrow, only 1 or 2 cycle rickshaws could pass. And the boon for us was the narrow lanes. Due to them, people don't allow upper floor works to be done. So only the lower first floor, ground floor works are done, whereas the upper 2 floors at least existed. So here you see us moving with the team from Gangaur Ghat and analyzing and discussing on various aspects of the project to be taken care of. The right image shows a lot of interventions which were introduced by human approach. The finishing of domes before City Palace, the Shikhara, again the nighttime working moving on, the Kalash, the pinnacle, the finials. These are some finished forms. The building which you saw first, wherein we saw the cracks being filled and the person spraying water and all, that is this building, wherein the complete finish was done. And the people also appreciated the work finish. Again, you can see on the right, the works moving on in the lanes, scaffolding. So scaffold is very difficult to be placed. It has got much more projections and layers and levels, and the workman has to work from one level to another. With this, I'll be taking you to another session of bazaar, the ghats of Udaipur. You can see here the main ghats on the banks of Lake Pichola. On the area where I hold my cursor, that is City Palace, and this is all ghats completely on the banks of Lake Pichola. So there are levels here. The only intervention which was the sad part was as the stone blocks were in the native stone, later on under the lakefront development project, Kota stone was cladded above them. So you can see them in the next slides. These were the ghats which are taken up. You can see the numbering which is done here. Lakes of Udaipur are their beauty, their pristine beauty. It's a wedding destination. It's a tourist place. So in the image on the right, you can see all Chittor black stone and Kota stone which were laid above the original ghat lines were removed after this intervention was done by me and informed to the authorities with their consent and my own team. We all started preparing the documents, even the tender documents, estimates, everything was collectively prepared. You can see the ghats and their names here. Some of them, I'll just read the first paragraph and go down. The main objective of the project is to conserve and restore the core structure and fabric of ghats so as to bring them back to its original glory, and also to develop basic amenities around the ghats, which includes proper illumination to the ghat banks, provision of street furniture, security measures to be introduced, etc. The list of ghats included in the project are as follows: Amarkund Ghat, Rohaniya Ghat, Hanuman Ghat, Nau Ghat, Gangor Ghat, Hathipol Ghat, Rohaniya Ghat 2, Panch Devariya Ghat, Ghat near bridge of Swarup Sagar, Ghat near Ambamata Road, that is again at Swarup Sagar Lake, Ghat near Ambapol Bridge, again on the banks of Swarup Sagar. Now, POL pole, as you see, Chand pole, Satta pole. Pole in Ahmedabad in Gujarat is called to the colony and localities like the Chaurahas and colonies and interiors. Whereas in Rajasthan, poles are titled for gates. So that is the difference. So when we travel from one region to another of our own country, we learn ourselves. On the right, you can see when we removed the later cladded stone, as I said in my first presentation, the best part was the contractors didn't take heed of removing the original finish, and their job was to just clad it above with cement. And the best part was, even when they used cement, they used less quantity of cement. And that was a boon for us. Because the quantity and proportion of cement was less, the sand was more. The shingle which remains after that, the pebbles, was much more than that. So removing them was an easier task. Otherwise, once it gets adhesed, as we always say, cement is an enemy of stone and lime is a friend of stone. So here you can see the person cleaning them. Again, the banks from a far view. It's very interesting when this water level goes down, you can see one more layer of steps beneath. So we literally, when we prepared the documents, we had to even ask someone to dive down and check how many more steps are down. Sometimes the native people used to tell us, but yes, always it's believing our own work. So moving here, you can see one gate here. These are Chand pole and Satta pole on the sides of the IGK Pulia. The buildings on the side. Again, as I said, you can see multiple layered buildings. Most of the rooftops are restaurants and hotels overlooking balconies, which can view the lake. Though it looks like this, but the municipal authorities and the city development trust, improvement trust, they all have taken care that all this algae and fungal deposits which you see, and people who throw waste or something knowingly or unknowingly, they all are collected, cleaned. The situation which you see now is not the case. It is always much more clean. Again, one more major hindrance which we found was these are actually manholes, and the line which connects below are sewer lines. So again, during a certain time when there was drought, this water level went down, and the main level, which is Fateh Sagar to then Lake Pichola, then Lake Pichola, from there the water level goes to Swarup Sagar. So what happened was that those days people believed that water won't come again in these lakes, and people were much more sad. I have heard people saying that the natives used to drive two-wheelers and cars, and children used to play cricket in the lake sand when it went dry. But when these lines were laid, they never had an idea that water level can come back. And some leakage in between. We were also working with a team from Denmark for Ayard River, and we all learned that these areas will cause quite a big difficulty, though it is a polluted area, but then polluted to a certain extent. Nothing is left here, but due to some leakages which happen due to the course of time. You can see some kiosks and chhatris which are made in precast. They are laid here. So those who come as tourists, sometimes they mistake that they are part of heritage structures, but they aren't. Here you can see the fortification wall running all along, which goes till Karni Mata temple on top. Again, the manner in which we approached the finishes of small devlis and all, I mean the temple alcoves and niches. You can see on the right top the image which shows all the alcoves worked upon. They all had deities within them, but when we started working, deities were not there. Either they were removed by someone, or they are lost due to passing phase of time, due to weathering conditions. Here you can see the core structure, then corners of this temple alcoves being worked upon in similar stone by the craftsmen who were engaged. As you see in the left image, sorry for the reversing the slide, the stones which were much more in better shape were not touched. Only the dasa, the molding, where it was required, only those areas were worked. Otherwise, whenever you see some work, it was not intervened. I'll request somebody by the name Mr. Mohammed who drew a small blue line to erase that and avoid doing it, please. So here you can see the steps wherein people are working. Downline, you can see the wider angle of it. Even sometimes on Swarup Sagar, we found crocodile. So people who were working, they were informed that to take utmost care. So in such threats and limitations, the work has to proceed. A far view again, the work's going on. Again, the corners where the railings, now one major, as I said, security measures were one prime concern. So it was also thought about the freestanding Nimbaheda stone railing as it was visible in Amrai, which is opposite to this, which is another famous destination for tourists to dine in the evenings, was to be introduced on the edge lines and all. You can see the craftsmen working. So this is what is much important. Those who are aware of the trade and the skill, they shall be encouraged, they shall be given opportunities, they shall earn livelihood from the project so that the trade doesn't vanish. And we should not completely be dependent on machineries and tools and all. So here you can see some tree vegetation growth coming from the dasa down. For this reason, we don't know to what extent the roots have gone. So the top slabs are removed, complete roots are uprooted, and then only the work is proceeded. So here you can see certain times in some areas on the downline where I said the dasas which were only to be reworked were done. And we numbered literally that which way to be done. So this is the contractor's representative who kept on traveling with us when we marked it in red paint, which have to be removed. They are photographed in the night time working with electrical engineers. These we went through some of them, the masons and the craftsmen working on it. And there was not much space on the left hand side of this area where the gentleman is working. It is heavy traffic movement. So for them to work was not very easy. Again, here you can see the far view of the ghats. Again, an interactive session with the authorities explaining them the development of works and how the works have been taken up. Proper slopes to be maintained. The upper line finishes. The approach, I would like to read this, and some of this document is taken from the main smart city project document prepared by Honorable Jitendra Mehta sir and his team. And some of them, they have been introduced by us as per learning the project situation. So approach towards the conservation works. Point one is, while developing the project, detailed on-field analysis is conducted by the experts and the related technical team engaged under USCL, that is Udaipur Smart City Limited. Heritage properties which fall under the trial area of the project are listed. That is what I said, more than 200 to 250 buildings were listed. And the process kept on going by, again, as per the project development. Inventories and list of interventions of the project are prepared based on which the project is further developed. Project is developed following the guidelines of heritage conservation works, which is also a strict binding on the project contractor who will be engaged for the conservation works of respective heritage sites as per the stringent tender qualification and eligibility criteria set by the committee. Based upon site analysis and surveys conducted on estimate estimate is prepared as per the prevailing schedule of rates. The items which are not found are covered under non-SOR, that is schedule of rates. Items which are calculated by following the approach methodology of conservation works. Most of the works relating to heritage sites involve replication and reproduction of various existing heritage features, which entails copying of an extant artifact, often in order to replace some missing or decayed parts, generally decorative to maintain aesthetic harmony. Reproduction of details are followed for decayed brackets, ornamental columns, moldings, bokras, todis, dasas, architraves, weather shades, domes, shikharas, minarets, pillars, moldings, motifs, etc., involving minimal interventions. Some missing areas require reproduction of the lost heritage features by reintroducing similar material and details involving suitable engineering and conservation methodology. I read this so that the approach shall be understood by those who are present here and those who listen to it later. So here we can see the nature of work, how the chakki was made and people were made prepare it, manually mixing of the surki plaster. Again, the wheel, earlier times there were bullock carts and bulls who used to pull them. Now the faster means is a tractor, but one very important thing that the timer has to be managed. And in accordance with that, the preparation of the material is done. A material yard was taken by the contractor on the outskirts of the main city. Here you can see the lime finish, how its fermentation process is happening. It's called slaking of lime. Again, the organic ingredients of the material preparation. Here you can see the ghats, certain podiums and platforms made. You can see how the development happened in the course of time, the changes which took place, the cracks which appeared due to settlement of the foundation. On the right, you can see some, these are again Baudis. There were around 11 Baudis initially in existence, of which 8 of them were taken up. Here, I'll just read this procedure of working. Conservation and redevelopment of Baudis, that is, those are wells at Gulab Bagh. There is a massive sized garden which is called Gulab Bagh near City Palace on down area. I'll just read this. Around 8 step wells and Baudis were also taken under the project. Cleaning the wells to increase its well storage limit is one of the prime goal of work, apart from their conservation and site development by introducing appropriate methods. The approach is to be present. The approach is to present them to the natives and tourists who pay regular visits to the massively spread ancient garden of Gulab Bagh, which majorly acts as lungs of Udaipur, the breathing areas, the fresh air areas. Otherwise, most of the areas don't have trees because they have developed in a massive manner. The Baudis undertaken are Tarkari Wali Baudi, Gulab Bagh Baudi, Hanuman Temple Baudi, Chhatri Wali Baudi, Moti Chauhata Baudi, Jali Wala Baudi, Sagas Ji Bauji Baudi, Bagh Wali Baudi. That is how it is titled. So we wanted the people who visit there to experience these Baudis, because when the water level of Lake Pichola goes down, the water level in the Baudis also go down. When it rises, even the levels of water in these Baudis also rise. Around 11 historical gates were also taken as part of the project. You can see here Suraj Pole and the chowk here, and the Tripolia gate on right bottom of Gangaur Ghat, which we saw in the recorded slide. Suraj Pole, the interiors of this are utilized by the police station department, and there is one gate by the name Uday Pole, wherein the traffic department houses there. So like this, some purpose for which it was being utilized, but all modern interventions which were developed by the course of time were all recorded, listed, and they were to be removed carefully and reworked upon. The fortification wall, you can see the nature of construction. Some areas also had mud mortar in them. Again, the far view of the town. You can see the manner in which the city developed and what all needs to be done. I think with this presentation now, each one of you present here can easily identify which is a new intervention, which is the original part of the building, and what shall be kept and taken care of. The only thing what we could suggest was, rather than just asking someone to remove the upper floors, which is hindering with someone's local ownership. So the idea was to replicate the similar features and buildings to have elevations in such a form that same finish shall come on the upper floors also, and the entire city has similar fabric. So these are something which might interest the youth, the kind of shopping streets which are available everywhere, colorful. It's a colorful town. There are 4 colors which are primarily defined for the 4 major cities, such as Jaisalmer in yellow, Jaipur in pink, Jodhpur in blue, and Udaipur in ivory. These are 4 different colors, how these 4 major cities of the state are segregated in colors. Down you can see some paintings and even the portraits of the royal families, which are again sold for the tourists who come. They can buy from here. It's a far view of these are now the closing session slides of my presentation. As I said, I started with Bagor Ki Haveli and I would end with Bagor Ki Haveli. This is on the left hand side, these walls which you see are part of Bagor Ki Haveli. On the right, you see Gangor Ghat and Tripolia Gate. This is upper part of Tripolia Gate. Intricate jali works on stone on the upper floors. The stained glasses here, stucco works, fresco works, elephants, and everything you can see here. You name it and you have it here. The tornas, the torrents, sorry, the ghanti, these small bells are called as ghantis. And everything was decided to be documented and worked upon finally. Though already such works were undertaken way back by the West Zone Cultural Center, but under this project, this building was to be also taken again. As I said, it stands on the banks of Lake Picholas. So again, such situations, the weathering conditions kept on affecting, and that was to be attended. Here you can see the plaster which fell down. Again, a far view of the upper level of Gangor Ghat, the Tripolia Gate heading towards Gangor Ghat. You can see the windows, Jharokas. This is Tripolia Gate. Now you can very easily identify. To catch them in one picture was very difficult because when you go that far, you don't get the details. As you see the details here, you don't get that fine. So again, though you see everything fine and finished, but yes, they do have weathering effects when you go much more closer. Here you can see Mewad Festivals poster here fixed, and another again situation by some another event recorded by Udaipur Smart City. Every now and then the entire city is busy with a lot of festivals and events and activities. People who make miniature paintings, they exhibit and portray their works. Tourists especially go to learn how to prepare miniature paintings. They learn this by paying on hourly basis and all. The colors which are used are natural colors. No artificial colors are used by the artisans here. Again, the close-ups of the multi-foliaged arches of Tripolia Gate, which is some areas are in marble. Rajasthan being rich in marble quarries, it is easy to execute. Opposite view of the ghats from Gangor Ghat. The works moving ahead and the laborers working. On the left hand side, you can see the manner in which the scaffold and the development of works were going on. As you see the shutter down here, so such was the manner of work, because whatever work goes on above, something might fall below and cause difficulty and inconvenience to the people there. On the right again, you can see the Tiri work and the road which is passing by. This is part of Jagdish temple. Worth visiting, worth spending time. One day, I assure, is short and not enough to spend. There are cenotapes of Ahar, which is tombs of the royal family. Another very interesting place which I didn't cover in this presentation. It requires one full presentation. So with this, I thank IPS Academy for giving me this wonderful opportunity to showcase my work and a very small experience from the journey of my passion-filled journey of my life, wherein I decided to work for working for the upkeep of heritage sites of our nation. I worked for Punjab for Heritage Walk of Amritsar, Himachal for the cities of Shimla, Mandi, Manali, Dharamshala, McLeodganj, and much more places under Asian Development Bank funded projects. Then for the Smart City project of Indore, I feel proud that Indore kept on getting on the top lines of all the smart cities across the nation. And Honorable Commissioner Manish Singh was the one who set a benchmark for major smart cities in India when he was Municipal Commissioner of Indore, and then he moved as Collector of Ujjain and then to Bhopal. So it's a journey wherein you don't only connect with the art and architecture, you connect with people, you connect with native. It's a bond. And now I should say that the city of Udaipur is like a home for me. City of Indore is like a home for me. City of Amritsar, Shimla, Mandi, Manali, Ajmer, a lot many places wherever we worked, it is just like our next home. We always feel pride when we move around with our family, and I feel privileged when I take my students to these places. In the process of Indore's Chhatris, I took some students from IPS Academy who worked with me, and even as on date, they all are connected with me. It's a God-gifted family for me. Through this session, I thank everyone present here, honorable chief guests, honorable organizers, students, participants, everyone who took their valuable time to listen to the small journey of life. Thank you all.
Sir, we have some questions. So can we have a small Q&A session?
Yes, please.
Okay. Whoever has to ask the question, just raise your hands.
I think Dhruvi wants to ask. Dhruvi, could you please raise your hand? Dhruvi. Even Mrinmai wanted to ask. Yeah.
There might be many experts here who are already working in the field of conservation. So I would like to mention one thing, that every region, every area has got different art forms. So nature of practice, nature of work engagement, and policies of working differ from region to region, place to place. So that is something very important. It's a learning from by going through each one of our work and projects. So I would request the students to take much more interest and putting up some questions, wherein even there are many students I know who are here, including the academicians.
Good morning, good afternoon, sir. I had a question. Like you mentioned earlier, our Rajwada area is also very similar to the bazaar that you showed just now.
Yes.
If the houses on the street are structurally unstable, so does that mean we should bring them down? And what's the best way to go about it?
Please come again. Your voice is an echo. If it is a modern building, you mean should that be put down?
Yes, I mean the houses on the street are structurally unstable, or they have been there for a very long time.
Yes. So in this case, the approach is maintained in such manner that building structural stability is analyzed by structural experts who are part and parcel of our committee. We being people who actually don't expertise in that particular field, we shall not intervene and decide upon that area. It is always civil engineers and ME structural engineers work who shall collectively be taken up together. They are the ones to inform the nature in which the building stands. Yes, it's a joint effort. We are supposed to brief them. They are the ones to understand, analyze, and let us know. But the major approach which we always keep is, it's very easy to put down a building if it has aged by the passing phase of time and it is getting dilapidated. But then there is always room for development. As I tell my students, for example, we have gangrene or due to some reason, we don't just finish our life. We might do some intervention to our body wherein we'll take care that that infection doesn't pass further. Similar to that, every approach, every area, as I showed you a crack in the wall. So the crack will become much more wider later on if it is not attended. So what we have to do is, such areas have to be found. Now here you see a crack developing. If I leave this crack like this, it can go much more deeper and the superstructure might get affected. So such areas need to have horizontal headers, which will be the barriers and breakers to such cracks, which will discontinue the cracks to develop down. And we have to do sufficient work like injection grouting and all. Always by the passing phase of time, as I said, there are damages which are going to happen. And as I always tell my students, everything on this earth is perishable, including us. Everything has its expiry, yes. But with our intervention, what we can do is we can prolong the time of that particular situation. And by prolonging that, we can allow the next generation to witness them, that where we belong to, where we come from, what is our origin. And putting down is a very simple logic. Now, I always say the biggest damage caused in our country is because of 5 major elements. Out of them, it is cement, steel, plastic, iron, and glass. I repeat, cement, steel, iron, plastic, and glass. These are all meant for countries, especially glass for winter countries, where it can hold heat. And we are just glazing our buildings from the front facade blindly without even thinking what damage we are causing. And then we put all air conditioners within and throw the heat out. And that is when we say our cities are heating up. So a lot many interventions which we approach for development are actually adverse for us. It is not human friendly. It is not eco-friendly. Such is the approach which we need to take care. Another very important thing is with a lot of bankers coming up, they kept on providing easy loans to people. So builders and private house owners, those who want to make multi-floor building with bylaws. Now in Maharashtra, buildings under the new UDCPR, the new bylaws imposed for the state, can go to an extent to as good as 16 plus to 22 floors height. Now imagine if such tall buildings come up, what will be the load which will come on the sewer lines, no proper ventilation. Such difficult times are going to come in the days ahead. Some people will they'll make good earnings out of all this story of theirs, but then many of them, they are going to face difficult times in the days ahead. So we need to put a pause or give a thought to such areas, and at least whatever is relating to our rich pride possession, rich heritage sites shall be protected, preserved to maximum extent by introducing Heritage Act in such important towns of our country. I hope your question is answered.
So I think there's another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Aditi Dubey, could you please unmute yourself and ask the question?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I wanted to ask that while conserving any heritage building, why do they say that the restored part should be clearly visible?
See, now there are two schools of thoughts when we talk about conservation. One school of thoughts.
As in, like, one should be able to tell which is the restored part.
Yes. There are two schools of thoughts which work in the field of conservation. One school of thought says anything which collapses or falls down shall stand as it is. Like, for example, there's an earthquake and some bastion of a fort wall falls down. So one school of thought says that even that earthquake is part of an inventory, and whatever is fallen shall be kept as it is without relifting them and putting them back to place. Second school of thought says that the exposed part will gather moisture, dampness, and again it will cause damage to the ones which are in good condition. So they shall be lifted up, refixed with the same techniques and same details. So these are two manner of work. As you questioned about why the documentation work shall be done, pre and post documentation is very important in the process of conservation. When we do pre-documentation, for example, there is a window here. I might not see a window here. There might be a big banner which is fixed by the house owner, and this window is hidden. So that is part of my pre-documentation, wherein everything is in what is in existence is not touched. Without introducing any intervention, that work shall be recorded as it is. That site shall be recorded as it is. And once that work is in progress, everything what is missing, they all will be recorded, and then the work's progress is also recorded on weekly basis. Regular photographs, regular videography, regular drawings are not prepared. Only some shop drawings can be given, but pre and post drawings, documentation drawings are prepared. Rest other areas, whenever it's complete, it is recorded as they are completed. So when we see the pre and the post, we can easily make out how many brackets were missing and how many have been reintroduced. So it becomes an archival record, it becomes a national record, it becomes a city level record for any researcher, any scholar, or any person who can reach to these towns and work. Similar to this, we worked for Chhatris of Indore, Rajwada of Indore, Krishnapura Chhatri, the Ghats of Khan River. So all these works also were worked in similar manner. Some consultants from the native city were taken up, who were also guided and educated in this field, how to prepare a document, how to work, how to look at the project, how to list the interventions, how the nature of work shall be carried out, and the kind of change which has been happening are being witnessed. That's the reason why pre and post documentation of conservation work shall be done. Any other questions?
I think
Yes, sir. We have the question from our faculty member, Yashika Gupta, ma'am.
Hello, a very
Yes.
good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just have one question, a small question, that why do they used to move these original artworks from the conservation sites to the museums and then replace it with replicas at the conservation sites?
Now, this is something wherein we always have, you talk about the painting of Mona Lisa. Now, there is a big question that which one is the original painting of Mona Lisa? So everyone now is such fine artists. Print media has come into trade. Everyone can do exactly the same print or painting which was done, though it might not be original. So in such process, it is always a practice that whatever is original, may it be manuscripts, may it be some paintings, they shall be preserved for a longer period and they shall be protected and kept safe. And when it comes to a museum, rather than, of course, they can be depicted, they are depicted. As you saw some images wherein I showed you some paintings of the royal families being displayed and sold, they might not be the original ones because the original cannot be sold so easily. And the owner or the person would like to keep it for himself. Every collector, every seller has an interest to keep what is original to himself or herself. So in such manner, that replicated work is always sold, but that replicated work is not a print. It is always a manual work wherein the paintings are drawn by artisans. I was astonished to see the kind of finish artists of Udaipur were into. I was really astonished by the marvel of their fineness, their detailings, which used to do for the ornaments. They used to give just that three-dimensional effect. It is as if it's a original pic. So some areas where we saw this nature of work, it was highly impressive. And foreigners, for them, yes, the tourists who come, for them, they are not very much deeply into that. I want the original. They want a memory and a token to be carried from the place they visit. And when they go, they don't take the frame from this because it adds to the load in their luggage. They just take the canvas and the painting, they roll it, and they just parcel it or take it along with them. So such is the approach. But many of the museums, it is not a common situation everywhere. Many museums do house the originals. I have done a museum in Ahmednagar in Maharashtra. We have a lot many original data which was kept and donated by family, which have been displayed as it is. So replication shall be done, because if in case that original document is gets damaged or lost due to some reason, maybe a theft or some damage of moisture or unforeseen circumstances. So we should always have some evidence or some references of the original books. Even if you go now to Udaipur, you will be surprised that you know the bond papers which were sold in the Nizam era and the Rajputana times and the British times. You will be astonished that miniature paintings are done on those bond papers. Now those bond papers are not always original. There are experts who prepare same finished bond paper with the stamp of Government of India or something else, or the Nizam state or the North Indian princely states and all, but it will look as if it's that original form, including the stamp, seal, handwriting, calligraphy, everything. And on that, they'll paint everything in front of you. May it be a small camel with in an ornate fashion, or a horse or elephant, but everything will be drawn in front of your eyes. You will be witnessing it happening. Sometimes they teach you, they educate you, and they allow you to learn. Even culinary art is very important, very much a part of the city. It's a fabric. I have seen families who teach cooking to tourists. Tourists come by flight to Udaipur, they stay with them, they learn all Indian cuisines and how to prepare them. That is when I understood and learned where many of the cities in India are actually losing at that part. If you talk about the state of Himachal, it functions on tourism. Talk about state of Rajasthan, tourism is the backbone. Kerala, yes, tourism has become the backbone, though technological developments are there. Even for Punjab, one of my very big mentors, Mrs. Gitika Kala, who was Principal Secretary Tourism of Punjab for 8 long years, she was the one who developed along with the support of the ministry and all authorities. So Punjab tourism also came up with rural tourism in other areas. Tourism is related to architecture. Architecture is related to art forms and thought process of a human. It's a idea which is conceived by an individual, and that is what we see. Everything is what is in front of our eyes is human creativity. Where did it come from? It is from a thought process. Whatever we think, whatever we perceive, we finish that in such form. May it be a tailor stitching a dress, or an artist doing a drawing or a painting, or embroidery work, or stucco work, or plaster, or stone work. Everything involves in art forms. So that is what is all about. When you fall in love with art and architecture, that is what your theme of the this entire conference, the international conference phase 3, is all about: concept to construction. That's it.
Sir, we have one last question from one of our faculty member, Architect Sarang Bede, sir.
Yes. Is Sarang sir there?
Hello, I'm audible.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, sir. Very nice presentation. And in fact, I went to Udaipur around 20 years back. Aapka presentation dekh ke I'm inspired to go back again there.
So nice.
So one small question regarding abhi jo image dikh raha hai, इसी से related might be.
Yes.
कि as you said कि there as complete street or that is being under as a facade development, but there must be many houses or premises which are completely
modernized,
demolished, and yeah, it is a modern structure.
Yes.
And like in this image which we are currently seeing is there are some modifications in it, but might be there must be some buildings which are completely demolished and constructed in a new way. So how that facade treatment is done in that, yeah, how challenges how many challenges you find in doing that?
It's a very interesting question, sir. This is something which I think all those present here, especially the students, should go through. What basically we do is, first we take up the projects which are having no private ownerships much. They are either owned by certain trusts or government bodies. They are the ones which don't have, and they give acceptance very fast, and they are worked upon. That is the first wave. Second comes when these works are in progress. Private owners who own these traditional buildings, I mean the buildings which have some traditional features, they are the ones who are listed second. As I said, it was not the entire building's conservation or restoration, it was only the facade conservation. So when a tourist moves or when a person moves, the first fabric you will see is the external part of it, the facade. So that skin shall be respected and taken care of. So the first effect which we were focusing completely on, the buildings which had certain traditional features. Once these buildings are done, without a single doubt or without any space for a second thought, the person who is owning this last building or the second building, who have no original features in existence, not much. Here you can see 2 brackets on the down, but the upper floors are completely new. When this gentleman sees that the buildings adjoining me have completely been finished in the right architecture as it shall be, respecting and honoring the basic patterns and styles. So this gentleman approaches by himself and gives consent that can something be done to my building. So now there, it is not necessary that the government will be the ones who will be funding on that or working on that, but at times it is even he himself who will hire the contractor who work for this project, or might call someone and say that please, even many practicing architects who are creative enough to understand the native architecture, they might get an opportunity wherein such art forms might be desired and expected by the owners. So these art deco pattern arches and other finishes will all vanish, and very soon all the geometrical patterns will move out and you will see all the traditional finishes coming in. So such was the approach which was given in the entire course of project, and we kept on observing that the moment there is a wave and the person understands, in my project, if such features are introduced, tourists will come much more and enter my building to see something interesting which I have. rather than going to a flat building which has got nothing to portray a project. So such is an approach. A tourist coming here, in this image also you can see, I was just going back to the slides to show you some more buildings. Here you can see that very small buildings are surviving on the lower lines and heights, which have got no changes much done. Now this is completely as in original. Even this building, though it doesn't have much features, but yes, when things keep on happening, you can see how changes take place. So at least if not uh, putting down the upper floors, which will always cause area of concern for the owner and might also not give their consent, they themselves will take interest in such buildings to be replicated in such form. So as I said, it was the idea was to ignite a spark. It was a collective work by the team of USCL. When we say USCL, even we were a part of the entire collective team. So it was a spark to be ignited wherein it catches fire and the entire city becomes much more cautious and conscious enough that yes, my town shall be as it was in original, as my ancestors, as my grandparents made it. I should contribute in some manner wherein I can bring back the lost glory of the city. So that was the main approach and themes.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful view into the vernacular and indigenous architecture of Bagod Ki Haveli and answering our questions.
Yeah, thank you all for being a patient listener, because it's been, I think, more than 1 hour, 15 minutes that you all were a patient listener to the recorded session and the one which I presented now during this presentation. Though I said it was about art and architecture of Bagod Ki Haveli, but Bagod Ki Haveli is completely a family which is connected to the Mewar architecture and the Mewar history. So nothing can be left unspoken about when we talk about the town. Udaipur in itself is a complete package for a tourist to visit, and everything except the shopping part. There is a lot to learn, lot to see, and now every person who goes and takes a photograph, I'm sure that he'll record something memorable with him and share it with those who can really do something on that. So thank you all for being patient listener, and I expect that some students and some practitioners who are here, they get inspired from this short journey of ours and execute works in I won't say similar manner, better manner than us, and execute them to restore the glory of our country and the nation, which was once upon a time the fame of the world. So let the world focus on us with the same capacity once again. Thank you all for being patient listeners. Thank you for allowing me to giving me this opportunity to share my short experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now be taking a short break, followed by the next session, where we will be joined by our Chief City Planner, Architect Vishnu Khare, sir, and Speaker Dr. Nadira Khan, ma'am. Thank you, Architect C.R. Raju, sir, Architect Jitendra Mehta, sir, Architect Abraham Petros, sir, Architect Achal Chaudhary, sir, and Principal, ma'am, for gracing us with their presence and words of wisdom. We hope to engage in more and meaningful conversation and gain insight and knowledge after the break. We request you to not leave the meeting in case you lose your spot, and will be again continue the session after the break of 1 hour.
Harshika? Hi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Harshika, I was wondering if I could just quickly check my share screen bit.
Ma'am, we'll just begin in like 3 minutes.
No. I just wanted to check if everything is
1
working.
second.
Let me, if possible.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. Now am I audible?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just start in a couple of minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sense if everything is, because I'm on a different laptop,
Right.
which is not mine. So it, the LAN and everything works. I'm just trying to make sure that I have things under control, which don't really seem to be the case. There has to be something which allows me. To it is not giving me the, okay.
What's the problem? Ma'am, we can see your presentation right
Okay.
now.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll stop sharing, and I'm hoping that everything will be okay. Yeah.
Will be, ma'am. I think we'll just start in like another minute. 1 minute we'll start.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Mrinmay?
Yes, sir. Welcome back, guests, presenters, and attendees. We hope all of you had a well-deserved break. In the last session, we were joined by architect C.R. Raju sir, architect Jitendra Mehta sir, and architect Ibrahim Patro sir for some exchange of insightful and informative opinions by the esteemed architect. Back with a renewed zeal, we will now be joined by architect Vishnu Khare sir, Dr. Nadra Khan ma'am, and research paper authors for an engaging session. To commence this session, I would like to invite architect Sachin Paliwal sir, co-convener and professor of SOA IPS Academy.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, to the students who are attending this first technical session of Indigenous C2C in phase 3. The term vernacular need not be actually explained to the elaborate, to the kind of knowledgeable and the well-read speakers and dignitaries who are here. But for the students who are actually going to be learning a lot from this, and the aspiring architects, I have a few words which I would like to share, and a few set of images, which obviously will give them a sort of a hint of what we are trying to say. We are actually going to set the tone of this technical session in C2C Indigenous. I hope the screen is visible to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Vernacular of a place is unimprovable. This particular term, unimprovable, it comes from a book by Bernard Rudolfsky, Architecture Without Architects. It's a very popular book, and I'm sure many of the dignitaries here would recollect this book. And I'm taking just 5 examples from this, which the students would find very interesting and maybe would be reminiscent of certain past experiences by the discerning audience we have. First is the amphitheaters of Muyuré. This is in Peru, and basically these are set in the meteoric crater in South America. These were built by the Inca tribes, Maras, and about 3,600 odd meter above mean sea level. These amphitheaters can actually accommodate around 6,000 people. 4 of these are round shaped and 1 a horseshoe shaped amphitheater. There was a bit of difference in opinions at times, but it is now widely agreed that they may have been used for farming. And the soils for these on various layers were brought from various regions, from different regions. The quality of this particular formation, this particular kind of architecture or some kind of structure, is that the design, the depth, and the orientation with respect to the wind and to the sun has been planned in such a way that the temperature difference from the top to the bottom is up to 5 degrees Celsius. This actually creates a microclimate, sort of a microclimate, which is seen in our greenhouses in the modern times. The second structure which we would like to top off is the rocky necropolis of Pantalica, that's in Sicily. This is in Anapo Valley. I may be pronouncing some of the names incorrectly. But, let's proceed with that anomaly. These were built by the Sicily inhabitants in Sicily around 3,000 years back. These were around 3,700 tombs. That's an odd figure. If some count them up to 5,000 such tombs, because of inaccessible areas, they could not be counted from the source where I read this. And these actually originally served as burial grounds. Later, during the Middle Ages, these were converted into dwellings. These dwellings were basically, these formations were cut from the inside, and multi-storied apartment kind of setups were made, and these were interconnected internally from interior passages. The underground villages of Sanxia, China, that's in China's Henan province. These mountains on which these particular structures, they are actually sort of sunk inside that particular plateau, and the mountains were made out of silt depositions which settled due to strong winds. Now there were around there are around 10,000 underground dwellings here, and this is around 4,000 years old. Above these dwellings were the fields where some of the crops were grown. The interesting part of this particular setting is that it is underground. It is below the ground level, and secondly, it is earthquake resistant. It is soundproof. It has energy efficiency, and more importantly, it has wide wells in the setup which prevent flooding of these areas. These dwellings were typically around 23 feet sunk below ground. And as we all know that when we go below the ground level, the temperature stabilizes. So the temperature inside this is almost under 10 degrees Celsius during the winters, and is almost 10 degrees Celsius in the winters, and around 20 degrees Celsius in the summers. So quite an energy efficient setting that we can see here. Then we come to the cliff dwellers of the Dogon. This is in Mali, West Africa. These settings are actually in Bandigara encampment of the Dogon country, and these are actually sandstone cliffs which stand around 1,600 feet high, and this particular stretch is around 150 kilometers long. This settlement is around 1,000 years old. The Dogon villages were established to avoid conflicts with a dominating religious majority, and they took shelter in this particular area. And the idea behind this was to have at least one side of the setup with a backing of this the cliffs, the sandstone cliffs, and the other side was open to the invaders or who were this war. Now, this particular defensible position, as we call it, was along the walls of the encampment. The other factor which led to this particular settlement was also the availability of water of the Niger River, which is just below this, runs just below this encampment. This culture in itself is a very sophisticated culture. This culture, it ranks amongst the best of the African art. And as you can see, the structure itself with those sort of hats, sort of coverings on the flat roofs, these are very typical of these, and the door design that you can see with a lot of carving in it. The fifth one is the trulli houses of the Apulia, that's in Italy. Now this particular is basically Puglia area in central southern Puglia area in Italy. The most famous town is Alberobello. I'm not very clear on how it is spelled, but it's something like that. It has around 1,500 trulli, for which trulli houses, which is the plural for trullo. Now, the earliest evidence of inhabitation or settlement on this particular city or this particular town is the 4th century. These are built with limestone, and you can see the typical kind of roof structure that you see. This has been made in dry stone masonry. That is the most important part of it, that there is no mortar, there is no adhesive material. In our context, if you look at it, we see use of small, they're called pins, or I think this term I'm not able to recollect right now. But then that they use a small piece of metal, copper particularly, between two stones so that they don't slide. And in this case, there is no material. It is basically set together properly. Traditionally, the walls were whitewashed, and the conical roofs are left the natural color of the stone. The markings that you see on the top, they are mostly the modern kind of a modern phenomenon, just to identify the particular individual hutments, the individual setups. You could see a keystone kind of a very decorative kind of keystone on that, which is also the main important feature from this. So these were just 5 examples of indigenous intelligence, and that is when we are looking outside our country. Since it's an international conference, we chose to show you those things that are not actually readily available to us, maybe in terms of visits. But as we can see from this and all the other indigenous intelligent kind of setups, perfection and efficiency of the vernacular, it may not have been attained without countless iterations and intelligent analysis. So every time a particular setup would have been made, it would have been tested with time and would have been analyzed with intelligence, and the people who worked on it may have gone back to redesigning it, and after so many such iterations, the vernacular got perfected. So that's why it could not be in any way more perfect. Then we also know that the indigenous is normally lost. The origin of the indigenous is lost in the distant past, so it's not very easy for us to analyze all those things. Once we see the products, the outcome of these, they are very mesmerizing, but once a person gets into researching on it, it's quite intriguing. Our country has a countless such examples, and we still await their exploration. I'm sure there would be many amongst us, the students that were sitting here, they would be encouraged to search for these kind of indigenous intelligence, and they would benefit from this particular C2C conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very informative presentation. There are many ways to introduce our next guest, chief city planner, poet, and the author of his newly published book, Kasauti Par Khare Utro. We cordially welcome Architect Vishnu Khare, sir.
सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
Yes, sir.
सभी को नमस्कार जो हमारे साथ आज अभी जुड़े हैं। IPS एकेडमी द्वारा जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की जा रही है, उसमें ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए सभी लोगों को नमस्कार करता हूं और आप सबको बधाई देता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं कि मुझे सुनने के लिए आपने मुझे प्रेरित किया कि मैं कुछ कहूं। मेरा जो काम है, मैं चीफ सिटी प्लानर हूं इंदौर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में। तो जैसा आपको लग ही रहा होगा कि मैं बिल्डिंग प्लान अप्रूव करने वाला विभाग जो है उसमें हूं, और मुझे ये समझ में आता है कि बिल्डिंग कैसी होनी चाहिए, कैसी बननी चाहिए। वो सब हम जो नापते हैं वो हमारे पास बने बनाए रूल्स हैं, जिसको हम भूमि विकास नियम कहते हैं। एक हमारा डेवलपमेंट प्लान होता है, उस सब में हम उसको फिट करते हैं और उस बिल्डिंग को बनाने के लिए हम परमिशन दे देते हैं। लेकिन इस सब में जो अपना विषय है, कंसेप्शन टू कंस्ट्रक्शन, इस सब में सबसे पहले ये जरूरी है कि अगर हमारा जो किसी भी प्लान को बनाने का अगर कंसेप्शन ठीक है, तो फिर वो बिल्डिंग बन भी अच्छी पाएगी, अच्छी तरह से बन पाएगी। अब उसमें उपयोग क्या होना है, हमें इंडिजिनस टेक्नोलॉजी, इंडिजिनस मटेरियल, टेक्निक्स, बिल्डिंग टाइप, आर्किटेक्चर जो भी उपयोग करना है वो करना है, या फिर हमको जो समय के साथ बदलते हुए जो टेक्निक्स हैं उनके साथ बदलते हुए जो स्वरूप हैं उनको यूज़ करना है। शुरू में जैसे अपन कहते हैं कि मड ब्लॉक के बिल्डिंग बनते थे, उसके बाद फिर धीरे धीरे बदलते बदलते आज हम बहुत अलग अलग तरह के मटेरियल, इनोवेटिव आइडियाज सब यूज़ करते हुए काम कर रहे हैं। और जब हम शहरों का जब आकार बड़ा हो जाता है और डिमांड बढ़ती है हाउसिंग की, तो हमें फिर धीरे धीरे ऐसी टेक्निक इस्तेमाल करनी पड़ती है, ऐसे मटेरियल इस्तेमाल करने पड़ते हैं जो कि जल्दी से उनसे हम रिजल्ट पाएं, जल्दी से कंस्ट्रक्शन हो पाए, जल्दी से हम नंबर ऑफ हाउसेस, नंबर ऑफ जो अपनी पॉपुलेशन है उसको दे पाएं। तो ये सब जो कालांतर में हम ये बदलते जाते हैं कि हमें अब कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है, कैसे मटेरियल इस्तेमाल करना है, कैसी टेक्निक इस्तेमाल करना है, कौन से बिल्डिंग टाइप यूज़ करना है, ये सब डिमांड के ऊपर निर्भर करता है। अगर अपन देखें, जैसे हमारा जो इंदौर शहर है, इंदौर शहर में एक स्मार्ट सिटी का एरिया है। हमारे साथ जितेंद्र मेहता जी आर्किटेक्ट साथ में हैं। ये मेहता एंड एसोसिएट्स ने ही पूरा ये प्लान किया था स्मार्ट सिटी प्रोजेक्ट को, और इसमें ये चीज ध्यान रखी गई थी कि इनके जो मूल उद्देश्य जो है इस स्मार्ट सिटी प्लान करने में, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण जो है वो है एक कंजर्वेशन का प्रोजेक्ट है, कंजर्वेशन, और दूसरा है रीडेवलपमेंट के लिए। कंजर्वेशन इसलिए कि हमारी जो विरासत है पुराने समय से जो चली आ रही है भवनों के रूप में अलग अलग, जैसे कि राजवाड़ा है, फिर गोपाल मंदिर है, हरे राव होलकर छतरीज हैं, गांधी हॉल है, इन सबको उनके उसी समय के स्वरूप में कैसे रखा जाए और उसको सहेजा जाए। तो जैसे राजवाड़ा में है, अभी हमारा काम जो चल ही रहा है उसमें उस समय क्या इस्तेमाल हुए थे मटेरियल, उस समय क्या टेक्निक इस्तेमाल हुई थी, उसी तरह से इसको हम लोग अभी फिर से कंस्ट्रक्शन कंजर्वेशन के साथ कर रहे हैं, डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं। तो ये एक आज के युग में हम उसी पुराने समय का जो तरीका था उसको हम लोगों ने साथ रखा है। और साथ में रीडेवलपमेंट के प्रोजेक्ट्स भी हैं, जिसमें कि शहर जो मध्य क्षेत्र था उस मध्य क्षेत्र में जो छोटे छोटे रोड थे उनको उनकी फुल जो चौड़ाई है, फुल विड्थ तक हम लोगों ने चौड़ा करके उसको कंस्ट्रक्शन किया है, डेवलपमेंट किया है। बहुत सारे रोड्स बन चुके हैं, अभी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन भी है बहुत सारे। तो ये भी एक तरीका है कि कैसे हम अपने शहर को सहेजने के साथ में विकास भी करें। और जब भी कंस्ट्रक्शन की बात आती है तो हम कहते हैं कि जो कंस्ट्रक्शन तो बाद में आएगा, पहले हम उसकी प्लानिंग करें। और प्लानिंग करने के पहले उसको कॉन्सेप्ट जो है वो हमारा क्लियर होना चाहिए कि हमें यहाँ करना क्या है। कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट या प्लान अच्छी तरह से जब कंसेप्चुलाइज अगर ठीक तरह से किया गया होगा तो वो अच्छी तरह से वो बन भी पाएगा। मतलब उस समय हमको ये ध्यान रखना है कि वो कोई भी क्षेत्र मान लो कोई भी एरिया का डेवलपमेंट करना है तो हमें हम ये चाहेंगे कि पहले सबसे पहले ये तय हो जाए कि हमें यहाँ बनाना क्या है, करना क्या है इस जमीन का उपयोग, और या इस जमीन का बेहतर उपयोग हो कैसे सकता है। ये करने के लिए उसका जो क्षेत्र है उसका हमको अच्छे से अध्ययन करना पड़ता है, और वहाँ क्या क्या अभी उपलब्ध है, और वहाँ रहने वाले या वहाँ जो आके रहेंगे उन लोगों को वहाँ पे क्या क्या चाहिए होगा। ये दो बातें हैं, इनमें विशेष ध्यान रखकर अगर प्लान बनाया जाता है तो अच्छी तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाता है। अगर हम शहर के स्तर की बात करते हैं, कहीं डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनाना है तो डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनाने की जो एक प्रक्रिया है जो हमको अलग अलग स्कूल कॉलेजेस में सिखाई जाती है वो तो है ही, साथ ही उसमें हमें अपना जो शहर विशेष के लिए क्या उसमें विशेषताएं हैं वो हमको उसमें डालना पड़ेगी। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ। एक कुछ साल पहले एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट जो था चिल्ड्रंस पार्टिसिपेशन इन प्लानिंग, एक 3 दिन की कोई एक वर्कशॉप थी जो मैंने अटेंड करी थी। मैं जब गया पहले दिन वहां तो हम समझ रहे थे कि हमें ही सब कुछ आता है, हम ही प्लानर हैं। तो हमसे प्रश्न पूछा गया कि भाई चिल्ड्रंस पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए प्लानिंग में कि नहीं, तो हमने कहा नहीं, क्या जरूरत है, ये तो हमारा विषय है, हम जैसा प्लान करके बताएंगे वैसा शहर बन जाएगा। तो फिर धीरे धीरे उन्होंने अपनी बातें कही, हमको एक स्लम एरिया में ले जाके गए, वहाँ पे लोगों से बात हुई। बात करने के बाद जब पता चला कि भाई यहाँ पे जो बच्चे हैं जो स्लम में रहते हैं उनसे जब पूछा गया कि आपको सबसे पहले क्या चाहिए यहाँ पे, तो उनकी जो जरूरतें थी वो एकदम अलग तरह की थी। उनका कहना था कि मुझे यहाँ पे लेडीज और मतलब गर्ल्स और बॉयज के लिए अलग अलग टॉयलेट चाहिए। अभी हमारे पास एक जो टॉयलेट है वो उसमें दोनों एक साथ ही यूज करते हैं, तो हमें ये अलग अलग चाहिए। फिर एक ने कहा कि नहीं, मुझे ऐसा चाहिए कि जो 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 दिव्यांग जो बच्चे हैं वो उसको यूज कर पाए अच्छे तरीके से, ऐसा हमें चाहिए। मतलब उनकी प्रायोरिटी में कुछ दूसरी चीज नहीं थी, सबसे पहले जो जरूरत पड़ती है वो उन्होंने बताया। तो हम अगर वहाँ के लोगों को समझेंगे जिनको ये उपयोग करना है उस स्थान को, अब हम रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट अगर किसी स्लम पर करने बैठ गए और हमने कहा कि नहीं हम यहाँ तो ये बनाना चाहते हैं, तो वो ठीक से साथ नहीं जाता है। आपको उनको समझना पड़ेगा कि वो क्या है, वहाँ क्या करना चाहते हैं। एक और बात आती है हेरिटेज, जो अपन कहते हैं कि पुराने भवन जो अपने शहर में हैं उनको हम उनका कंजर्वेशन कैसे करें। मतलब जो प्राइवेट ओनरशिप में है, जो पब्लिक ओनरशिप में है तो ठीक है, कोई ना कोई अथॉरिटी एजेंसी है वो उसका संभाल कर लेती है। लेकिन जो प्राइवेट ओनरशिप में अच्छे अच्छे कई हवेलियां होती हैं, कई पुराने भवन होते हैं, तो उनको मतलब उनका एक, अगर उनको नए उसमें जाना है तो उसको तोड़ के, क्योंकि अब वो काफी पुराने हो चुके हैं, उनका कोई रहना उसमें हो नहीं सकता है, तो उसको तोड़ के उसमें दोबारा उनको नया निर्माण करना चाहते हैं। तो अगर उसको कंजर्व करने के लिए कोई ऐसी एक इंसेंटिव नहीं होता है उन लोगों के पास कि अगर हम इस अपने मकान को उसी पुराने रूप में रखना चाहें तो हम उसको किस तरह से रख पाएंगे। तो उनको अगर कोई इंसेंटिव मिलता है तो वो वाली हमारे पुराना जो आर्किटेक्चर है, पुराने जो कंस्ट्रक्शन टाइप है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो हम सहेज के रख सकेंगे। ऐसे कुछ काम है जो कि मुझे समझ में आता है कि इनको करना चाहिए। और मेरे ख्याल से मेरे विषय से जुड़ा हुआ जो वो था वो मैंने आपको सब कह दिया है। आपको सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आपका इंटरनेशनल जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है वो बहुत सक्सेसफुल हो और इसके आउटकम जो हैं वो पॉजिटिव आउटकम जो है वो हमें मिले पढ़ने को, और हम समझ सके कि हमें इस दिशा में हम क्या क्या काम कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and your encouragement. Our next speaker's main interest and the theme is 19th century Punjabi Sikh art and architectural decoration. Although she also studied Mughal art and architecture from 16th to 18th century. I would please like to welcome Dr. Nadra Khan and her insightful words on the subject.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here. Am I audible?
Yes,
Harshika? All right. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to first of all thank architect Achal Chaudhary, the president of the IPS Academy, and Dr. Manita Saxena, principal, School of Architecture, IPS Academy. And especially to Harshika Sahai, who's been wonderful in staying in touch with me, kind of pulling me when I was not available. Things have been a little rough at my end, work-related responsibilities, but I really, really appreciate and admire Harshika for her patience and kindness in putting up with my delays. Let me share my screen, and greetings to everyone from Lahore. Let me share my screen. It may take a minute for me to, is it clear? Harshika, can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, perfect. Brilliant. This is a very fascinating title, conception to construction. I kind of toyed with the idea of talking about certain architectural features that I find very fascinating in Mughal and Sikh period buildings in Lahore and in the rest of Pakistani Punjab that I've been studying. But then finally, I decided that I will be speaking to architects who are specialists, who are masters of this. And, I'm just an art historian. My limited understanding may not be up to the mark for that. So I just stay within my domain and look at, just share my understanding of buildings from an art historical perspective, which is, partly understanding the buildings, how they were used, some memories that are embedded in these structures, and so on and so forth. So I thought I'd talk about lives and afterlives of some pavilions in the Lahore Fort. And, once I decided I was going to just stick to my art historical perspective, it was still hard for me to select a topic for today's talk. Not entirely because I wasn't sure of what to pick, but because I wanted to show you the entire city of Lahore. Palatial mansions, religious buildings that includes mosques, mandir, gurdwaras, mausoleums, samadhis, baradaris, gardens, both historic and modern, and to urge everyone present today to visit Lahore. I've picked Lahore Fort as the site that has been host to several rulers of the region, and its extant buildings have kind of faced a wide variety of circumstances over the period of their lives. And so this is what I'm going to share with you, and I hope you find it interesting. You know, within itself, within its own right, this topic is vast, and I've been working on it for quite some time. So it took me a while to kind of narrow it down to fit the discussion in the 45 minutes I have today, or maybe I'll try to wrap it up in slightly earlier than that as well, and do my best not to exceed it. So during my research on the Lahore Fort, trying to understand different buildings that were built by one emperor, then kind of taken up by the other, sometimes changed, sometimes enveloped in his own program of buildings. And then, once the Mughal rule is over, Akbar to Jahangir to Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb, and then the Sikh rule starts. We do not have a lot of clarity about the Sikh Sardars that were in control of Lahore for a good, more than 50 years. But we do know that, one of their clans were residing in the Lahore Fort. But what we do have in 19th century court chronicles that are Maharaja Ranjit Singh's Umdat-ut Tawarikh is the title of his court chronicles that are in Persian and have been translated as well, is, how he used the space and what he did to certain buildings and how he added a few buildings. And as we move forward, I will point out some of these for you. And once the British then took over, the story changes. So, during my research, I've been working with the Aga Khan Cultural Service for Pakistan team as well, that is engaged in the restoration and conservation of the Lahore Fort since 2016. The list of their achievements is long and brilliant, and luckily they will continue to work on the fort for many years. And part of that is, if you're interested, do look up the Lahore Fort picture wall. I do have a few images, but I didn't dare go into the details, afraid that I would exceed the time limit. But I'll be happy to answer questions afterwards if there are any. So let me take a couple of minutes or maybe less to explain the title of this talk, the lives and afterlives, and what do I exactly mean by this. And then I'll walk you through the different phases of the fort's history. Once this is done, we will see photographs of some buildings caught at different junctions of their lives, and remarks noted in the Archaeological Survey of India reports, gazetteers, and guidebooks. So going back to the title, with lives and afterlives of monuments, I mean the intentions of the architect or the patron at the moment the building was conceived, keeping in view certain acts it was expected to perform. A change of hands in most cases results in either a changed function or an altogether abandonment, or if not annihilation of a structure. In case a structure is allowed to exist, the building then, and there are several other scholars who this is, not something that, an idea that is unique to me. There are several other scholars who worked on this particular concept. One of them is Deborah Cherry. So a building, once it changes hand, then enters into a new phase of its life in its entirety, or sometimes after undergoing, surgical structural changes. And these can be additions or divisions. And from that point onwards, its afterlives start taking shape. So the building's political and social history over this period helps us recount important moments it has lived, the joys it has reveled in, the sorrows it has endured. So a building, I believe, has many stories to tell. All it takes to make it speak is an eye that listens and a historical sense that adds meanings to its narrative. The Lahore Fort, in its present shape, dates back to the 16th century and has been a crucible where political, religious, social, and cultural flavors have conditioned the structures housed in it in a variety of ways. Each building, when viewed carefully, is a palimpsest site that carries a vast range of timestamps left on its body by people who interacted with it over the centuries. For more than 4 centuries now, the site has witnessed several phases of development and destruction, all characterized by the political forces.
I'm sorry,
Yes?
ma'am. Sorry to just interrupt you.
No,
Ma'am, are you changing the slides?
no, I'm not. I'm not. I
All
will
right.
be changing
All right.
them
I'm so
in
sorry,
a
ma'am.
second.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, that's all right.
Yeah.
So all of these, political and forces that have shaped these buildings, of course, have left their own persona in these. And when we look at these buildings, some of those realities start speaking to us. So while I leaf through different phases of each pavilion's experiences by reading its shape, space, and decorative elements, their mutilation or attempted erasure, its surfaces reveal untold stories about its experiences. And in these conversations, each site urges us to read it as a collective memoryscape of different communities that have lived with it and not to approach it from a solitary perspective. An unconscious act we usually commit. And in its pre-partition recent history, the fort has witnessed 3 distinct periods of rule: Mughal, Sikh, and the British Raj. In our attempt to reimagine a building in its original and pristine shape, we tend to negate and at times blame later interventions for altering these spaces in appearance and character. What we tend to forget is that these layers are precious, as they have the potential to unfold chapters of history we cannot find in textual historical sources. So, I will now be sharing a few images of some important buildings in the fort that will help us revisit some crucial points in their lives and afterlives. And before I change my slide, let me introduce you to 3 men in this beautiful miniature painting commissioned by Shah Jahan. The central one is Emperor Akbar. Here we have on my left, and to Akbar's right, is Jahangir, his son. And the crown, by the way, is being handed to Shah Jahan, the patron of the Taj Mahal. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it. And so all, those 3 and then Aurangzeb are the Mughals who have concrete additions that are traceable to the Lahore fort, hence, images of all 4 Mughal men. And then we have Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who resided in the Lahore fort throughout the 40 years of his rule. And he also added a few buildings to the fort. And I will, the next slide has the Lahore fort's plan to give you, some sense of what these buildings look like. So this is, let me just give you the directions. This is, at the top is the northern boundary wall, and the palatial mansions, most of the palatial mansions are aligned towards this side. River Ravi used to flow by the northern boundary wall, hence it kind of makes a lot of sense for building structures that would be on the water side, keeping the interiors cool, and of course for defensive purposes as well. But I think we have a similar kind of a plan for the Agra fort and the Delhi fort as well. So this is the eastern side, and so Akbar's structures, Akbari Mahal, must have been around this side. This is one of the remaining extant gateways to the Lahore fort that is datable to Akbar's period. Although this particular site, it's soon to be the archaeological investigations are going to start very soon, but so far we do not, unfortunately, have a clear sense of Akbar period buildings in the Lahore fort. What we do have, and hence I wish we were doing it in person, and I wish we had a large screen in front of us, not this tiny little computer screen, where these tiny little painted portraits have been added to. I added them to different sections of the Lahore Fort's plan to just kind of attribute, making this attribution a little clear. So we have Akbar here, but we don't really have a sense of exactly where his buildings stood and what they look like. But probably soon we will have that clarity. As we move slightly towards the west, along the northern boundary wall, we as you can see this quadrangle. This is almost extant, although some structures on its southern side may have been dismantled because we don't really have a proper arched entrances that we generally have for other areas, especially for the additions made to the fort by Shah Jahan. And one can infer by looking at that that there must have been something here as well, which has been now pulled down, probably during the British period, because we do have traces of some structures, foundations in this particular area. In any case, so this is the Jahangiri quadrangle, and these are the palatial mansions. This in the center is his khwabgah, or his sleeping chambers, which is also referred to as the Badi khwabgah, or the larger sleeping chambers, in comparison to Shah Jahan's additions, which again, there is still a bit of a debate, and if there is time, I will try to explain that. The building that is attributed as his khwabgah is not his khwabgah, because let me just move systematically so I don't jumble everything up. So we're talking about going back to Jahangir. This is one, the entire quadrangle, which is his palatial mansions, and he talks about it in Tuzk-e Jahangiri, when he commissions it and when he sends Shah Jahan to inspect it before himself coming down to Lahore in 1620 to inspect it, and and then riding an elephant and showering gold coins on people and entering in, and then writing on how beautiful these mansions were because they were painted by the best artists. So fresco painting in it as well. And then there is, and I will show you the slide as well, this particular building here, which is the Makatib Khana, which is the next slide, and I will give you a better understanding of what it, the function it must have served, which was kind of a waiting area before people were sent off to the emperor, or as the term implies, the house of letters, or where a lot of file work in our contemporary kind of understanding would be done. We do have the Kala Burj and the Lal Burj here that are kind of attributed to Jahangir, but then probably were changed during Shah Jahan. And then as we move more towards the western side, we have Shah Jahan's additions to it. So this is the Diwan-e Khas, and this is the Diwan-e Aam. So the Diwan-e Aam comes first, 1628, Shah Jahan ascends the throne, and one of the first buildings that he commissions are Diwan-e Aam halls for his everyday court activities in Agra, Lahore, and then Delhi Fort, of course, comes in a little later. So that is the youngest of the three Diwan-e Aams. And further west, we have the Musamman Burj, or the Saman Burj, or the Shah Burj, which has the Sheesh Mahal, Naulakha, and And then this is a gateway that was added by Aurangzeb because he also commissions the Badshahi Mosque. So, the Badshahi Mosque, of course, had to, be a little tilted to face the Qibla wall. And so Aurangzeb, in alignment to the Badshahi Mosque and the Qibla wall, he added, or maybe, pulled down an earlier Akbari period gate and, added his own gate, which is now known as the Alamgiri gate. So within this, we have Sikh period additions as well. And those are, there is a Haveli attributed to Khadak Singh, who was Maharaja Ranjit Singh's eldest son. So this is known as the Khadak Singh Haveli. Then we have right outside the Saman Burj, we have an Atdara, which is an 8 entrances, arched entrances, a kind of a platform from where Maharaja Ranjit Singh used to hold his court. And, he, a very kind of interesting aspect of his personality shows where, he just would not use the Diwan-e-Aam, although, he could have easily done that, but he builds his own, structure to hold the court, and the interior is beautifully painted with several narrative paintings. And so he resided, the Maharaja resided within the Saman Burj, within the Sheesh Mahal apartments, and the Ainakari, or the mirror mosaic that we now have today in the Sheesh Mahal, that was initially built by Shah Jahan, but that was used by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. The Ainakari is datable to the Sikh period. And I've written a detailed paper on that. If you're interested, I'll be happy to share this with you. Another thing, another beautiful monument that is also attributed to Maharaja Ranjit Singh is in between the Alamgiri gate of the Lahore fort and the Badshahi Mosque. The Maharaja laid out a garden which is known as the Hazuri Bagh. Hazuri Bagh, I won't say Hazuri Bagh garden because Bagh already means garden. And in the center of this Hazuri Bagh is a white marble Baradari, which is known as the, Hazuri Bagh Baradari. So these are, some of the buildings. And let's take a look at the Makatib Khana, one of the two sections added, clearly very kind of documented evidence of these is, one is mentioned in the Jahangiri and the other one has a marble plaque here. And this is the Makatib Khana. This is a British period photograph where you see, the fort taken over by the British, and I will come back to it in a minute. So this is for, private kind of public and private consumption. This is for public consumption. The palatial mansions in the next slide will show you the private consumption. And this is, Makatib Khana kind of generally means house of letters, from where his clerical staff may have operated space for bookkeeping and other state correspondences. And, again, this is what it looks like. And by the way, this Persian inscription translates as, and I'll just quickly, I won't read the entire thing, just kind of hyperbolic in nature. It says, the fortunate reign of His Majesty, Imperial Majesty, the shadow of God, like Solomon in dignity, Qumars in pomp. This is, if you're familiar with Shahnameh-e-Firdausi, you would be familiar with this character, Qumars, and victorious in arms like Alexander, and defender of the faith, and Nuruddin Jahangir, and so on and so forth. And it also has the name of the architect, Mamur Khan. So this is the, as I just said, along the northern boundary wall is the Badi Khwabgah or Jahangir's sleeping chambers. They've been completely changed as to what they must have looked like in their original shape. And there are a couple of photographs that you will be able to see in a few minutes. to show you how they were, converted into something else. I won't spoil your surprise, but these must have been beautiful. What you can see, and if you've, I'm sure many of you would have been, and if you haven't, please do, have been to Fatehpur Sikri and the Agra Fort, and you will find similarities between these red sandstone pillars, their brackets, zoomorphic, these zoomorphic brackets or these lotus pendants, exquisitely carved and beautifully rendered. And this is what we have in the Lahore Fort as well. So, the same imperial vocabulary that is used elsewhere, in the capital is also then brought down to the the Darus Sultanate, which is the regional capital. So these composite, beautiful creatures adorning the Jahangiri quadrangle catches everyone's eyes. So it also has a summer retreat, right under this. And of course, it won't be correct to call it subterranean chambers because this is not underground. This is, if what we have on the top floor is the third floor, this, the summer palace would be on the second floor, but, keeping cool during the hot summer months. So, just a little bit to give you a kind of a sense, the buildings that we have, this one, the red sandstone ones, are kind of on the sides, flanking this Khwabga area. And in the center is a pool, as you can see, complete with a mahtabi. And this is something that you will find in Fatehpur Sikri, right in front of Akbar's sleeping chambers. So, so those connections, sentimental or the visual vocabulary that was, again, fit for Akbar, is something that has a very relatively smooth transition into Jahangiri period, but things change quite strongly once, Jahangiri period architecture then moves into Shah Jahan in some areas. There's some where Jahangir's and Empress Noor Jahan's innovations are kind of augmented during Shah Jahan's period, but not in the private kind of chambers. So this is the this particular Sahdara. Let me just go back to, there must have been another one on this side. We have traces of one because I'm sure you're familiar with the absolute symmetrical layouts that the Mughals preferred. So this is known as Sahdara, which literally means 3 entrances, although it has, more. But for some reason, again, these titles are not Mughal period titles. These have been given to these buildings much later. But what they do have are openings on the northern side. And the northern side is where I'm sure many of you would be familiar of the Jhorokai Darshan concept, where the emperor would, show himself early in the morning to people who would be gathered on the riverbank, flowing, very close to the boundary walls. And then, several other activities would also be carried out in exactly there, animal fights and so on and so forth. That are very beautifully kind of recorded on the wall, the exterior boundary wall on the northern side, which kind of continues towards the west as Shah Jahan, from where Shah Jahan takes over, and then moves towards the western wall that has another gateway added by Shah Jahan, which is known as the Hathi Pole. So this is the picture wall, and it is, again, Mughal chronicles do not refer to it as picture wall. Jahangir, by the way, doesn't. So far, I haven't been able to find his memoirs, Tuske Jahangiri, refer even in the passing to why is he commissioning this picture wall and what exactly is his intention. But these are faience mosaic, glazed tile mosaic images of solitary men, animals hunting, 2 or 3 men's compositions, winged creatures, and some art historians have kind of talked about this being Solomon's retinue that he refers himself, kind of compares himself to in the Makati Khana inscription we just saw. But for whatever reason, this is imperial vocabulary of showcasing the court scenes, what what fascinated them in terms of hunting and their worldview of fantastical creatures. My understanding is that a lot of these are coming from Shahnameh-Firdausi. That was a great favorite, a text that all of the Mughals were very interested and invested in. So this northern boundary wall is where all of these, activities may have taken place. And now we come to, so the fort kind of presents the, aspects of an, starts looking like a barrack. Why? Because this site plan of the fort, datable to 1895, clearly shows that the buildings have now ceased to function as palatial buildings. 1849 is when Punjab was annexed. The Lahore fort was taken up by East India Company. The Sikh, royal family was kind of moved out of the Lahore fort, and so the soldiers start taking charge of the fort. And so the fort started, and through this site plan, we can also see that now these are now ordinary barrack square containing accommodation for detachments of European troops, artillery, infantry, and magazines and stores. And let me also just quickly introduce you to certain historical documentations or publications on Lahore's buildings that came out in the 19th century itself. The very first one, it was kind of written as a guidebook. And this was done by a British officer whose name is Thomas Henry Thornton. So he writes this, small guidebook titled Lahore in 1864, and in the preface he kind of acknowledges the fact that Robert Montgomery, who's one of the 3 kind of ruling officers of Lahore at the time of annexation, Henry Lawrence, John Lawrence, and Robert Montgomery. That Robert Montgomery urges him, or asks him to write this tiny little guidebook, because now Punjab has opened to the rest of India, and there are a lot of Europeans or British who are interested and who come to Lahore for business or for pleasure, and these historic buildings need to be kind of introduced to them. So he takes up this responsibility and writes this guidebook. And very interestingly, what he does is that he assigns certain roles to different periods of history, which I find problematic. So using the kind of the general opposite binaries, civilized, uncivilized, good, bad, worthy of preservation, not worthy of preservation, etc., is everything good is assigned to Mughal period buildings, and the Sikh period buildings are kind of dismissed as being inferior. And I have been for many years now trying to draw attention to my readers in my scholarly activities, in my teachings as well, drawing my students' attention, especially to the fact that we don't write history this way. This is an incorrect way of assigning certain inferior characters to a set of buildings, because all buildings are important, and they are chapters of history that we must study. So I have the tendency of carrying on in this terrain for long, but I'll come back to what we have on the screen. 1895 site plan of Lahore, and let me just kind of give you a little insight on why and how these palatial mansions within the Lahore fort were contested among the British soldiers, and what parameters were they using in assigning certain buildings certain roles. So there is a set of letters that were exchanged among P. Melville, the secretary to the Board of Administration, which was established in 1849 to rule the Punjab by Governor General Lord Dalhousie, and Brigadier Tennant, who was in charge of the civil administrative side of the Lahore fort, and Major MacGregor, the Deputy Commissioner of Lahore, in January and February 1852. And these letters offer very interesting details about the division of spaces made over it by the military and civil authorities. According to this correspondence, a site plan of the fort had been made in 1850 to clearly delineate the occupancy of its different sections. Now, through this, it appears that the northwestern section, that is the Musamman Burj, we just saw, the one that had been added by Shah Jahan, was seen as the palace proper. Therefore, was not occupied by the military officers. This and the treasury in the Moti Masjid, that I have an image of the Moti Masjid. It is, there are at least 3 Moti Masjids, one in Lahore, another one in Delhi, and yet another one in Agra fort itself, within the fort. So all 3 Moti Masjids. The Agra Moti Masjid was built by Shah Jahan. The Delhi Moti Masjid was built by Aurangzeb, and the Lahore one is, some historians think it's Jahangir, some think it's Shah Jahan, but anyways, all 3 Moti Masjids were built, have a complete, the interior veneer is all white marble, interior and exterior, the domes, the walls, pillars, arches, everything. Hence the pearl mosque. Moti, of course, means pearl white. So other than the Musamman Burj and the Moti Masjid, these were managed by Brigadier Tennant, while the Jahangiri quadrangle and the Diwan-e-Aam were under the military administration. So Brigadier Tennant's grievance against the military in charge in his letter to the Deputy Commissioner is very interesting. And I quote, "I have been informed that on Monday morning last, a military officer who had come from the Eastern Archway very unceremoniously ordered the office establishment who were present at the time to quit the quarters, and then closed and fastened the door with a chain from within, locking in the office records, furniture, and books." He continues, and I quote, "The officer in charge of the treasury, on subsequently going to the quarters and finding them closed, sent in a sawar by a broken doorway, who, seeing no one inside, undid the chain to prevent collision. The office property was removed elsewhere." I feel sure that the military officer above alluded to, whose name I know not, had not your authority for taking possession of the quarters in question, which form a portion of the palace, which, as you are aware, has never been made over to the military authorities. So we're assuming that this activity is going on around the Musamman Burj. And I'll go back to the quote. I'm sure, therefore, you will be good enough to take steps to prevent any such interference in future on the part of anyone under your command, end quote. So this is the kind of politics that was going on while the Lahore fort was occupied by the British troops, and they were trying to set up their own garrisons within it. This is the now we're into the third chapter. So one is Akbari period, and then Jahangiri period, and the third chapter is now the Shah Jahani period. So this is who rules between 1628 to 1658. The first building, as I said, the fifth Mughal emperor ordered was, on his accession to the throne on 14th February 1628, was Diwan-e-Aam in Agra and Lahore. And these are referred to by Abdul Hamid Lahori in the Padshah Nama, and his other court historians, chroniclers, as Chihil Sutun. And this term Chihil Sutun has kind of forges connection with the Apadana Hall at Persepolis, and the magnificence of the 6th to 4th century Achaemenid dynasty, the ancient global power. And so, I'm sure many of you who must have visited the Agra or the Delhi Diwan-e-Aams would find this very different, because it does not have the 9 cusped arches that are so kind of symbolic of Shah Jahani period. Jharoka, where the emperor must have sat, is not white marble. It is very different to what we have in the other 2 forts. This is the Diwan-e-Khas, the white marble building that Shah Jahan adds to the fort for his special kind of sessions with his courtiers. And further west, this is now within, well, we are now within the Musamman Burj. This is the Sheesh Mahal, access to the Sheesh Mahal apartments. This is the Naulakha, which means again, a tiny Bangala roof, pavilion, all white marble, beautifully inlaid. And these 2 images on in the middle and the right as Ainakari or mirror mosaic, which is, all of this is 19th century. And this aerial view and the photograph is, I'm grateful to AKCSP for allowing me to use this photograph, gives you a very clear understanding of this is the eastern side from where Jahangir starts adding. This is where Shah Jahan takes over. This is the Musamman Burj, and this is the Hathi Pav. And so all palatial mansions, including this is the kind of hidden behind the Burj is the Diwan-e-Khas that we just saw, all in white marble. And from this point onwards, I have images to show you what happened to these buildings during the British period. So these are 2 photographs of how Badi Khwabgah looked like during the British period. And what this site plan tells us, all around the Jahangiri quadrangle is schoolroom. And so these titles that you have on the screen is just kind of transcribing what we have on this in case you can't read it. It says schoolroom, staff quarters, cook rooms, NC officers, quarters, godowns, and servant houses. So remember the mehtabi and the pool that we just saw in front of the Badi Khwabgah was all covered up, and many additions were made. The beautiful mansions that we just saw, red sandstone, the zoomorphic brackets were also kind of bricked up, and they also had a tennis court here. So this kind of brings us to one of the phases of the afterlives of these palatial mansions, where their shapes and functions were drastically altered to make room for the new sets of expectations they were meant to perform. The comparison between before and after offered by British authors, especially Thornton, present a classic case of reliance on the binary system, pitting one against the other, art versus craft, civilized versus uncivilized, and so on and so forth. And what Thornton actually says is that he dismisses what the British have done. I was afraid the text would be far too long, so I've omitted that. But Thornton very clearly says that the Sikhs and the British have not done justice to a beautiful Jahangiri quadrangle that is otherwise worthy of praise, and so on and so forth. And so he says that these are disfigurements to this beautiful quadrangle, and the pavilion has been transformed into a mess room, and the colonnades have been walled in and cut up into quarters. So that is kind of partly important to understand what has been done and how these buildings were serving a new purpose. But once we start reading them as markers of new memories, such interventions start evoking interest. None of these textual sources mention what we find in these photographs. The garden completely missing. No one talks about it. No one says that there used to be a Mahtabi under the tennis court. It was much, much later that this was discovered. And so this is now the Diwan-e-Aam. And let me introduce you to another 19th century author who also gives us, a detail of what these buildings look like. And so these are valuable indigenous writers. One of them is Noor Ahmad Chishti. He was the author of Tehqiqat-e-Chishti, Tarikh-e-Lahore ka Encyclopedia, written in 1867. Then we have Lala Kanhaiya Lal's Tarikh-e-Lahore, written in 1884. And the Tehqiqat-e-Chishti and Tarikh-e-Lahore are both in Urdu. And then we have in 1892 an English publication by Sayyid Muhammad Latif, and it has a kind of a longish title, but it kind of reads as Lahore. Its historical, architectural remains and antiquities, with an account of its modern institutions, inhabitants, their trades, customs, etc. 1892. So what Latif tells us about the fort in what it must have looked like around 1891, and the book comes out in 1892, is that and I quote, "The fort presents the aspect of an ordinary barrack square, containing accommodation for detachments of European troops, artillery and infantry, extensive magazines and stores. The barracks in the center was formerly the throne room of Shah Jahan." And so this, the throne room of Shah Jahan became barracks, and all arches were bricked up. And there are, this is a sketch of the site with cannons and everything, littered around it. That is a part of Sayyid Muhammad Latif's publication. And what we have on this site plan is, this pink section actually says painted apartments / Diwan-e-Aam or hall of public audience as a barrack. So the British record also corroborates what Latif tells us. Finally, in 1923, with the evacuation of the fortress by the British garrison, the Archaeological Survey of India began the work of restoring, repairing, and preserving what remained of the ancient structures. And I will stop here and ask Harshika, how am I doing with time?
Ma'am, Harshika ma'am is not in the meeting currently.
Right.
And
but
we are good with the time.
Okay. Can
No
I
worries.
go on for another 5 to 7 minutes?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
Thank you so much. You're very kind.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is now the Diwan-e Khas that we just saw. White marble. Look at all these arches have been closed, and you know, the site plan tells us this is the structure. This pink or red ink inscription says the Khwabgah of Shah Jahan used as a church. So again, misinformation. This is Diwan-e Khas, not the Khwabgah or the sleeping chambers, but they kind of give this title to this building, which has been kind of unquestionably carried forward, and a lot of historians subsequently have been thinking of the Diwan-e Khas as the Khwabgah, which it actually was not. And what we find a very interesting account in the Archaeological Survey of India report, annual reports of 1904, 1905 is, again, this is referred to as Choti Khwabgah. So remember, Jahangiri quadrangles, Jahangir's sleeping chambers are referred to as the Badi Khwabgah, and now this one is along the same axis, further west, all white marble as the Choti Khwabgah. And what the ASI report says, and I quote, the restoration of this building, which lately did duty as a military church, is now approaching completion. The undertaking proved a large one, since it was found necessary to dismantle and rebuild all the columns owing to their being shaky and out of plumb. In fact, practically the whole building has been taken to pieces and reconstructed. All the wooden door frames and screens have been removed, and as a marble ceiling supported on iron joists has been erected to replace the modern roof built of wooden girders and concrete, which was there before. It is most likely, since the building is of Shah Jahan's time, that the ceiling was originally of gilt or silver plates attached to wooden beams, end quote. And this is the Moti Masjid. The Archaeological Survey of India reports also kind of tells us about the Moti Masjid, and it also says that addressing a session of the Bengal Asiatic Society at Calcutta on February 6, 1900, Lord Curzon expressed his disappointment at finding that the Moti Masjid was still used, and during the Sikh period, this had been turned into a treasury because it stands right behind the Makatib Khana, where the floor had been kind of opened up, and the safe, of course, was placed inside. So going back to Lord Curzon's expressions, and I quote, he finds it disappointing, still used for the profane purposes to which it had been converted by Ranjit Singh as a government treasury. The arches were built up with brickwork, and below the marble floor had been excavated as a cellar for the reception of iron-bound chests of rupees. And these are the photographs of before and after. So Lord Curzon continues, and I quote, I pleaded for the restoration to its original state of this beautiful little building, which I suppose not one visitor in 100 to Lahore has ever seen. And here comes, sorry, I'm quoting, so I shouldn't be doing that. My own expressions need to wait, but I'm going back to the quote. Ranjit Singh cared nothing for the taste or the trophies of his Mohammedan predecessors, and half a century of British military occupation with its universal paint pot and the exigencies of the public works engineer has assisted the melancholy decline. I hope to effect the reconversion of this building, end quote. So by 1903, and this is 1898 ASI report that kind of gives us Lord Curzon's words, his statements. And by 1903 and 1904 report, when it comes out, it says that the work had been completed and as a rescue operation more than anything else. So, you know, these are the iron kind of gates and everything. And now this is the Sheesh Mahal apartment. So these two photographs, this one and this one, gives us a clear example of tracing one phase of the afterlife of the Sheesh Mahal apartments, both in terms of their structures and surfaces during the 19th century Sikh rule. And the reference of these as Sheesh Mahal used for Kabul prisoners. This is what it says. Sheesh Mahal, this inscription, again, the British site plan of the Lahore fort. This is the Sheesh Mahal, and it says Sheesh Mahal used for Kabul prisoners. And we also find a reference of this in, I'm forgetting the name of the first conservator of buildings. It will come to me in a minute and I'll share it. He also visited Lahore for the first time and, you know, kind of records this in his memoirs as well. And so 1895 plans also tells us that the Kabul prisoners were housed within these, and so these were spared and not turned into barracks for the army, the British army. But this allows us to see another period when these luxurious apartments served as a prison. Other than the domed kiosk on our right, almost all top structures, and this is the domed kiosk I'm talking about, almost all structures have been pulled down as they were seen as a threat to Sheesh Mahal's mirror mosaic ceiling. And this annihilation of buildings, for me, is a lost chapter of history, making our understanding of this period incomplete. And this brings me to my last slide, and you know, I will sum up by saying that in spite of the ephemerality of both places and their occupants, the connection between people and places does not perish. In cases of separation between the two, it is the realm of memory that grants longevity, or in some cases, perpetuity to this association. Every recollection refreshes their bonds and resurrects some, if not all, aspects of their lives and afterlives. Sometimes it seems as if concrete structures are called in as testifiers of events recounted in flights of thoughts that move back in time. This deep connection between place and memory made John Ruskin dedicate an entire chapter, which is chapter 6, of his 7 Lamps of Architecture, is the title of his books, to it, calling it the Lamp of Memory. He explained, and I quote, that architecture is to be regarded by us with the most serious thought. We may live without her and worship without her, but we cannot remember without her. Thank you very much for your patience and for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we welcome a few questions now? Attendees who might have questions can please raise their hand.
I think
Neelam, ma'am, you can unmute. Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for very highly interesting explanation of Lahore Fort. Although we were not present there physically, but we all would feel that we are all moving around the fort. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to ask you that what, according to you, was that one pavilion that has impacted the most the art and architecture of Lahore Fort and also the lifestyle of people at Lahore?
Again, it's mostly the Sheesh Mahal. That kind of becomes a symbol of magnificence, a symbol of beauty. Why I'm saying this is because we have this particular technique replicated, continued for a long time to come. It's still practiced, in present times as well. Although the technique has kind of changed a little bit, but we also have several areas in Lahore that are referred to as Sheesh Mahal. So probably, the Mughal Sheesh Mahal is within the Lahore fort, but other courtiers, people with, of means, must have erected certain havelis or certain mansions that where, some of the pavilions were embellished with Ainakari or mirror mosaic. And I've tried to cover this in my article. I can send the link or the PDF to Harshika, and
Yes,
and she can then share it with you. Do give it a read, and if you have questions, do email me, and I'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
There's another one. Anugya Sharaf.
Ma'am, Anugya ma'am, we can't hear you.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. It was a very nice session. I just want to ask one question. Like, in order to preserve the historical heritage assets, so what, according to you, should be the best strategy to follow? Like, where do we start? Like, what should be the initial process, actually? So
again, it depends on what kind of a building are we looking at, where is it located, what is and again, how many layers of history are embedded on its structure, on its body, if we could kind of use that term. Again, there is a lot of conservation activities going on these days in Lahore and the rest of Pakistan as well, where different thought processes are kind of start taking different shapes. Some people think erasing all memories of subsequent times is the best policy. And again, this is not something that is datable to our times. This has been going on ever since this discipline of conservation, or this idea of conservation, started coming into existence after the World Wars, where a lot of buildings were standing in a dilapidated shape, and there was a possibility of adaptive reuse then kind of kicks in. So it depends. My understanding is that whatever has happened to the building, it stands. Architecture is something, one of human endeavors or activity or artistic expressions, or whatever you may call it, in the public realm. And so standing in the public realm then means that people have interacted with it. And to me, no set of people is better or worse than anyone else. People exist in a certain space, in a certain time, because they have a right to be there. And if they use that particular building according to their own purposes, this is probably what the time expects them to do. And it could not have been otherwise. Yes, we all need to respect all buildings that we have access to, no matter who may have built it or to whom it may have belonged, or whatever differences we may have. But buildings should not, bear the brunt of these differences, because buildings are beautiful creations. They give you shelter one way or the other. And so they must be studied as, and I encourage my students to study buildings as a history book. These are I constantly, frequently call buildings as chapters of history. So they're very precious to me. So, the conservation should kind of, give buildings longevity as much as you possibly can. But the idea should not be to just kind of dismantle everything that has been done in subsequent times and, taking it back to that original pristine shape where, wherever you may want to take it, because that then becomes a slippery slope. Where do you stop? What and why? Who are you to take this authority of deciding what to erase and what to keep? Because someone coming after you might not like what you've kept, because what has been erased would be more precious to that person or that community or those people. So these are my 2 cents on conservation. I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would please like to welcome Principal of SOA IKS Academy, Dr. Manita Saxena, ma'am, to address us, please.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Hello, good afternoon, Nadra, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ji.
It was really very informative and insightful session we had today. And I'm very thankful to you for contributing time and gracing our event and inciting
so
our
much.
students so beautifully.
Thank you.
I'm thankful.
Pleasure, and it's an honor, and the pleasure is all mine. Thank you so very much.
All pleasure is ours. SOS pleasure is it. And madam, I'm looking forward for some more sessions on offline mode with you and Pakistan.
I hope so. I hope so.
And at the same time, I'm thankful to our SOA team for coordinating this event smoothly and in a very managed way. Thanks all, and students and faculties. Wishing you all the best for next 2 days also. This is our inauguration day, and for next 2 days, coming days, we have another sessions. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Once again, thank you so much. Very nice meeting you. And I would again like to thank Harshika for her, very smooth way of managing everything, and her, kindness in putting up with my never-ending kind of delays. I'm really sorry, Harshika, for that.
No, ma'am. Thank you for your high words for our faculty member.
Thank you very much. Very nice meeting everyone, and thank you for asking questions and for your interest.
Looking forward sometime during through offline mode in our lush green campus of IPSA.
Absolutely, absolutely. I hope so. Inshallah. Right. Shall I? Okay, so this is the end now?
Yes, this is the end, ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Good day.
Mrinmay?
We now move ahead to the next part of the technical session with the presentation of research papers by the respective authors. Rituals form a very important aspect of human life, starting right from our birth, that continues through different stages of our life, right up until the end. This results in spaces and structures dedicated to the deceased and their remembrance. Elaborating more on this with their research paper PC2C025 titled Native Practices of Burial and Build, a case of Moidam Saraido, Assam, are architect Deepak Das and architect Gaurav Kumar, assistant professors at Department of Architecture and Planning, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women from Delhi, India.
We are facing some technical issue here.
Hello everyone, greetings of the day. I'm Deepak Das. I'm here to present my research article titled Native Practices of Burial and Built, a case of Maidam at Sharadeo, Assam. The authors are Deepak Das and Gaurav Kumar. Um, the outline of the presentation involves introduction, need for rational need, research question, methodology, and study done through secondary sources, observation, conclusion, and the way beyond. Let's begin with the presentation. As we all know, culture rituals are integral part of a traditional belief system from beginning of any civilization. But coming out of age, marriage, death are different ritual at different stages of life. That is very important. It has a strong relationship of human ties after death with our ancestors, which has influenced us to create structures to remember our departed ones, and which are devoted to our deceased ones. The treatment of human disease invariably involves the agency of living. Living people have a very strong bond with our departed one. That is not only a biological event, but a complex cultural event. Burial specifically involves rites and preparation and practice of constructing a structure. Hence, burial is a highly significant ritual imbued with meaning. Different communities around the world have treated their departed one in myriads of different ways. The attempt of man to provide death with a permanent dwelling place has led us to create pyramid, mastabas, tombs, and other burial sites. In India, specifically, there are many burial sites ranging from Stone Age, Chalcolithic and Megalithic period, Iron Age, and medieval ages. But most of them, which are well known or highly studied, belongs to the Islamic community, like Taj Mahal, Iltutmish tomb, Humayun's tomb, and so forth and so on. But there are other burial structure which are not thoroughly invested, like Maidams are still overlooked. Therefore, the study intends to investigate Maidams as intermittent structures and traditional knowledge systems of burial as native practices. Before we go further into the presentation, I would like to establish what Maidam means. It is derived from a home language, Moi and Dam. Moi means to rest, Dam means dead body. And a typical Maidam may look like this. It is a mound-like structure in which you have the vault, and it is covered up with earth and soil and other such materials to give a mound form. There are other images just to familiarize what kind of Maidams are there. We are not going to talk about type of Maidams, but we are going to talk about Maidams in general. So why we are studying Maidam? Because they are the testimony to cultural tradition of Thai Ahom. And we are specifically looking at Sharadeo, which was the capital city of Ahom dynasty. These structure can be found in Vietnam and other part of the world, but the ones in Sharadeo are distinguished themselves in scale and concentration. Apart from that, these structure are linked to identity of Thai Ahom, who have now adopted new way of living style, and most of them have converted into Hinduism in India. The study investigates the following question, that what are the embedded practices in traditional knowledge system of Thai Ahom communities, how Maidams influence the identity of Thai Ahom, and how it becomes a cultural heritage of Assam. The study is conducted through textual analysis, if we talk about methodology, and a source and data available from secondary sources. It is based on the grounds of the historical viewpoint in which Ahom carried death ritual and Maidam became their identity for the community. The study related to Maidam are broadly sort of influenced by the politics emphasized by Ahom rulers and their customs. Let's go into the study and talk a bit about Thai Ahom, history of Thai Ahom people. The Thai people settled in Assam at Brahmaputra Valley in 1258 AD, and with the local people, they were known as Ahom or Thai Ahom. The first capital which they established was Sharadeo, which meant shining city on the hills. Ahom significantly contributed to the Assam region in the late medieval period through their politics. Uh, they tried to refine culture and build structures such as Maidam for burial of the deceased ones. Ahom used to bury their royals by creating lofty tombs, and this system was prevalent for a very long period of time. Let's talk about death and the ritual follows after that. If a ruler was at a deathbed, there was a ceremony performed to ease the death, and then there was invitation for a feast, special feast for the 14 clans of the tribe, in which they also appointed the new ruler. And after that, there was the public announcement of the ruler, of the death of the former ruler. Only after appointing the new ruler, they announced the death of the former ruler, because a king never dies and he never is out of duties. So this philosophy they followed. And after the announcement, they coronated the new king, and the new king gave his first order for the burial of the former ruler. And then this new king took control of the state and other administrative tasks. The rituals which were followed were extensive. The body was preserved at a space called Gomatha Nagar, and and at that point of time, they then constructed the coffin with a special wood. After the coffin was constructed, it was the body was cleaned and placed with delicate fabric. The close relative came and paid their respect by placing flowers, and there was a burial procession which took place from the place of preparation to the place of burial, and the route of the procession as well as the place of burial was selected by the royal priest. After the casket was placed at the vault where the burial place was located, the other belongings of the royal deceased were kept for his afterlife, and the relatives paid their last respects, and the vault used to be closed, and it was covered with clay and soil to create a hemispherical mount. It was also believed that at a certain point of time, scholars have noted, slaves were also buried alive with the royal royal dead body. It is very important to notice that in our home tradition, the bodies of deceased were preserved and then placed inside a casket and tomb. Such practices are not evident in India, and embalmment of bodies is difficult to find in Indian subcontinent. And these practices are not even evident in Islamic and Christian death ritual. But in 17th century, the Thai Ahoms adopted Hinduism and Vaishnavism, and then it led to burning of their deceased one as funeral practices. If we talk about the construction of Maidams, there were specialized people known as Charang Pukhan who were appointed as engineers. And the schema of Maidam followed an octagonal base, a vault, and an earthen mount. These structures were mostly 2 to 3, even 4-story high in different chambers of Maidam. Earlier, wood was used, but it was substituted by then stones and brick. To build Pakka Maidam, limestone, good qualities of broken brick as well as full brick were used. For cementing stones and brick, mortar was constructed with jaggery, black ram, straw, fish oil, resin, slack lime, and snail lime. What is important to notice that what these mounds represented. The Maidam represented achievement, prosperity, and heights. If we look at the identity of Thai home, if we try to observe it, these Maidams became the sacred grounds, and these Maidams became the sites which contain memory of past and its prosperity. The hills of Sharadeo created this binding force for the multi-ethnic groups of Assam as well as Thai Ahom. But during colonization, it was very sorry to notice that these mounds were used as tea plantation, because these mounds were believed to have better drainage system due to its form, Hence, tea plantation were very evident on these mounds, where the ancestor laid underneath the ground. People were cultivating tea for a very long period of time, and this tea belt ranged from Sharadeo to Tinsukia. If we try to locate other similar structure, we can find them in Vietnam, Laos, Burma, Thailand, southern China, northeast India, where Thai Ahom or Ahom culture flourished. But the concentration of Maidam in Sharadeo is different, and its scale is also different. Apart from that, it is considered the sacred land of Thailand, the capital city. If now I would like to end my presentation in further slides. If you look at the relationship between the death and the departed, it has been shaped and reshaped. The colonization, industrialization has played a very important role how we deal with our death, with the dead, and how we do deal with the structures also. In 20th century, there were new customs which were adopted by every society, and even Thai home, as they have already adopted the customs of Hinduism, had different customs to deal with their deceased ones. But 20th century also saw a taboo of death, even though the rights of death were very sacred in nature. Although the rituals are lost of Thai homes, the bells still remain as a site of memory. The bell structures of Maidam of Sharadeo work as a mnemonic device which inherited the traditional belief system of life after death, and which also added the value to cultural heritage of Assam. It is very important to notice that around Sharadeo, in and around, there are 30 of Maidam which are protected by the archaeological department of Assam, but 120 of them are still remain unprotected. And the traditional knowledge of burial practice of a home through Maidam its significance due to historical, archaeological, educational, and associative values. At the end, these heritage structures are part of the Indian history, built on the factors that represent ethnic diversity, importance of traditional ritual, and a belief system which incorporated preservation of the demised and construction of burial structure as a heritage, as a cultural heritage, also as a memory device. Thank you, everyone. These are the writings which sort of developed my research. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you, especially for the organization team, to give me this opportunity to present my article. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Indigenous people hold a very important position in terms of preserving biodiversity across the world. While progress and development is always encouraged, it should not happen at the sake of indigenous people, their rights, origins, and land. Presenting this cardinal topic through their research paper PC2C027 titled Safeguarding Indigenous Inhabitants, a case study of Gomti Riverfront, Lucknow, are architect Rajdeep Kulshrestha of SPA New Delhi and architect Rajarshi of Faculty of Architecture and Planning at AKTU, Lucknow.
Good morning, everyone. This paper is titled Safeguarding Indigenous Inhabitants, a case of Gomti Riverfront, Lucknow. The authors are Rajdeep Kulshrestha from SPA Delhi and Rajarshi from Faculty of Architecture and Planning, AKTU, Lucknow. So, let me just give you a quick figure about the indigenous people who are about 6% of the world population only, but at the same time they safeguard for about 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity. So think about this, how important is this indigenous community the indigenous inhabitants. As we know, rivers are a major source of renewable water, as well as a source for food, employment, and other sense of place and cultural identity. River Gomti is one such river, a tributary of River Ganga, where people are dependent on its water for their daily drinking, washing, and other activities. This paper focuses on the problem faced by various communities of people residing along the river who are threatened in the name of new development and needs attention to safeguard their livelihood dependencies. The communities which are considered in this research paper are fishermen, the washermen or the dhobis, and the boatmen. So let us talk about Lucknow and River Gomti first. So Lucknow is centrally located in the state of Uttar Pradesh in India and falls in the Ganga plain, which is one of the tributary of River Ganga. This river begins from Pilibhit 30 kilometers east in Uttar Pradesh. It is a key source of water supply in the city of Lucknow and contributes for about 70% of the water supply demand in the city. During 2015 to 17, one of the interventions included the riverfront development in Lucknow. This not only hampered the water flow, but it has also reduced the Gomti's capacity to flush out the city's trash. A brief about River Gomti in the past. So during 1923 there was a flood which was disastrous, and the estimated discharge in the flood was about 75,000 cubic, whereas there was another massive flood during 1960s which had a major impact in the nearby inhabitants of this river. The site chosen is the old precinct of the city Lucknow, very next to the Hossainabad complex in Lucknow itself. Here in the picture we can see two bridges connecting the land across. So the Gomti river flows through the center of Lucknow, dividing the whole of Lucknow into two parts. So these bridges are connecting either both the edges of Lucknow across river Gomti. They're known as Pakka Pul and the Naya Pul. In between the two bridges we can see that there's a washing area where the dhobis come and wash their clothes to earn their livelihood, and beside the bridge we can see another place marked with the fishermen settlements. So talking about the target groups, as we had discussed earlier, we are focusing on the fishermen, the washermen, and the boatmen, three communities. The first one being fishermen, who are settled in the north side of the river, as we saw in the map in the previous slide. So their daily routine starts by about 5 to 6 in the morning. And they start moving for their work at around 7 to 8 in the morning. They generally move in a group because they carry a wide 200 to 250 meter nets to catch fishes. The second community targeted is the washermen, who are not the inhabitants at current, but their ancestors, their previous generations, were linked to these places, and that is the reason why these washermen still come to this place to wash clothes and earn their livelihood. These washermen collect clothes from nearby places and bring them to wash it. Let's talk about the effects and impacts. So the first aspect that we have considered is the social aspect. So one of the fishermen, while talking to them in an informal interview, Mathura Prasad, described that he resided along river Gomti earlier, and during the massive flood of 1960s in Lucknow, all the kacha houses were destroyed. They were submerged underwater, and due to this, the government of Uttar Pradesh resettled them to the landward side of the place, building a road along the river and to a raised height so that the water doesn't flow to other places to flood. We also interviewed some of the washermen and came to know that they don't reside currently in these places along river Gomti, but their ancestors did. So they have a sense of identity related to this place, and that's why they come here to wash clothes as their ancestors did. The second aspect we have considered is the economic aspect. Again, talking to some of the fishermen who describe that they're able to earn about 400 to 500 rupees per day, which was enough to manage their daily expenses. But during winters, when they have less work due to less availability of the fishes, they have to approach the wholesale markets, the mandis, to buy fishes in bulk and sell it in the local market to earn their livelihood. On the other hand, the washermen, they travel for about 4 to 5 kilometers to the old city core in Lucknow. They earn 400 to 500 daily, which is sufficient again for them to manage their household daily expenses. There are other washermen who come from nearby places like Daliganj and Thakurganj. These places are located very next to river Gomti. They get clothes from the nearby private hospitals to wash. And depending upon the number of clothes they get for washing, sometimes they also earn for about 500 to 800 The third aspect is the environmental aspect. So during the construction of the Naya Pul, the second bridge which is connecting the Lucknow across river Gomti, this was built around 2017 to 18. So for the construction of this bridge, there was a ford created on water, and due to this there was a reduction in the river flow. The solid waste suspended and also submerged in the water, which further reduced the flow of water. As a result, the fishes are now unable to flow with the water in the downstream, and this has created a major threat to the fishermen, as they have to travel for about 2 to 3 kilometers upstream for fishing. Whereas for washermen, due to this formation of ford, the dirty water remains and doesn't flow downstream. About 2 to 3 kilometers downstream, there is a check dam which is known as Gomti Barrage, and this Gomti Barrage is opened for about an hour every day to let out all the dirty water until when these washermen have to manage in the water conditions. So the issues and challenges identified are, firstly, the amount of money that they earn, the decline in the work because of this ford that is created, the reduction of water flow due to this ford has reduced the fish flowing in the river, the creation of ford for the construction of new bridge, which is Naya Pul, has reduced the flow to about 1/4 of the river width. And also due to the check dam created 2 to 3 kilometers downstream, the Gomti Barrage, due to this the water is again almost stagnant during the day unless it is let out for an hour. We conducted 3 types of surveys. Primarily the visual reconnaissance survey along the delineated study area to find out the activities along the river channel, the garbage disposal points, the skyline of the riverfront. The second technique was the informal interviews, which was conducted within 2 to 3 randomly selected fishermen. This was to find out the varied opinions of them regarding the issues. Some of the issues are the impression about the river and the riverfront, the strength and weakness of the riverfront, and the third type of survey that we performed was the opinion of the washermen or the dhobis on the following issues, which are the current work and priorities, fund allocation, the ownership of the riverfront land and all. So through these survey findings, we have concluded that the issue identified in the research are in terms of 3 factors, namely the social, environmental and economic factor. The major issue is the creation of ford in the river. The solution for this problem could be the clearance of ford, of course, which can not only revive the natural flow of the river but also benefit these indigenous inhabitants to work efficiently and earn a better wage through their respective activities that they perform. The land which is available can be indulged into some of the possible interventions as mentioned. So one of them can be the inland water body. This practice will not only define a place for the washermen, but also will not allow the river water to get dirtier anymore. The fishing piers is the another possible intervention. This will also make the work of the fishermen productive, as they will have a dedicated place. And then further interventions can be proposed to make the river water cleaner and fresh for the fishes to grow. That is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The next paper discusses indigenous practices of building construction and building design. Research paper PC2C023 titled Indigenous Exemplified by architect Kandar Bhatt, architect planner and academician from Vadodara, India.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Kandar Bhatt, architect, planner, and academician based at Vadodara, Gujarat, India. My paper title today is Indigenous Exemplified. Because of limitation of 15 minutes of presentation time per presenter, I am skipping abstract and switching over to full paper part of that, starting with introduction. There has existed indigenous practices of building construction and building design worldwide since thousands of years. India has equally demonstrated same. Varieties of indigenous practices of building construction and building design has prevailed in India. Indigenous practices of building construction and building design are widely found across in India in varied forms. They are found through diverse construction technology, diverse uses of materials, diverse design solutions, etc. Diverse climates, diverse topography, and availability of diverse materials across entire India has given varied, different, diverse examples of indigenous practices of building construction and building design. I'm simultaneously using two groups of words, that is building construction and building design, because both have been found in indigenous construction, indigenous design in India since centuries. Architects and some organizations across India has additionally been adapting or drawing lessons from it. They have been demonstrating such lessons drawn from indigenous practices of building construction and building design. Indigenous construction and design and examples of buildings designed by architects in modern times. Cold climate of certain regions of Himalaya has given indigenous practices called Kathkhuni construction. It is a construction method for making walls strong and earthquake resistant. It is largely found in Himachal Pradesh. Figure 1 and Figure 2 speaks of Kathkhuni wall construction technique in Himachal Pradesh. The construction of Kathkhuni construction demonstrates deep, in-depth knowledge of building construction by people of Himalayas. Many buildings like residences, temples are found constructed with this technique. This indigenous technique is used in a modern present era complex of Shivadya Restaurant and Spa near Manali in Himachal Pradesh. Figure 2 and Figure 3 conveys of this. Many parts of India fall under hot, dry and composite climate. or dry climate, especially that of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and composite climate of Delhi, Gwalior, etc., has been indigenous design element, is given indigenous design element called courtyard. Most traditional vernacular architecture buildings to building complexes, that is small residences to vast palaces, have generously used this design element called courtyard since centuries. Courtyard has been helping keeping temperature cool across the building. Same has been widely used in modern buildings, also designed by architects. India Habitat Center building in Delhi, designed by architect Joseph Allen Stein, is wonderful example of how architects have been using this indigenous element. Figure 4 and 5 speaks of this, that is traditional building, Haveli, having courtyard, and India Habitat Center designed by architect Stein in Delhi. Similarly, warm humid climate in states like Tamil Nadu, Goa, Kerala has given another design feature, that is sloping or pit roof. Rains have been heavy, especially along coastal lines of east and west, both coasts of southern India. This requires that terraces are avoided and sloping or pitched roofs are provided for rapid draining of rainwater. Indigenous designs of buildings, indigenous constructions of buildings in these regions, especially in state of Kerala, has given architecture of sloping or pit roofs, and so are lessons by architects in modern era too from indigenous architecture. Architect Assam Ravi's own house in Kerala is an example of this, in with constructed with Bangalore tiles. Figure 6 and figure 7 speaks of this both. Mud has remained one of the prime materials of building construction in India. It has been in use since thousands of years across India. One can say it is used indigenously across all 4 types of climates of India, that is cold climate, composite climate, hot dry climate, and warm humid climate. It is used as compacting material in ground floor, that is to form plinth, and also as floor finishing material. In case of floor finish, usually cow dung is mixed. People across rural tribal India have demonstrated very interesting graphical patterns of flooring done from mud and cow dung. Figure 6 and 7 speak of, figure 8 and 9 speak of such mud construction houses. Especially figure 9 is wall construction in rammed earth at Dr. Sankar House in Tiruvananthapuram. Topography has also evolved indigenous building pattern and building layout. Mountainous topography does not permit closely laid buildings. That is why, as observed, buildings are sparse and scattered in mountains and hills. So is indigenous layout of buildings, therefore. Houses in rural and tribal India are examples of this. Buildings in mountains of northeast India, tribal Madhya Pradesh, are examples of this. They have demonstrated indigenous pattern of buildings. Figure 10 and figure 11 respectively speak of this. Figure 11 is especially the Taj Rishikesh Resorts and Spa designed by YH2 architecture. Against this, flatland areas, for instance that of Ahmedabad, Vadodara in Gujarat, indicate that houses can be touching each other. Traditional or vernacular architecture there has groups and rows of houses called pole housing, that is also known as row houses in modern terms in architecture. Figure 12 and 13 speaks of this, especially figure 13, that is Syamal row houses in Ahmedabad, designed by architect Hasmukh C. Patel of Ahmedabad, is an example of this. Availability of materials in different regions has also evolved fantastic indigenous practices. People very skillfully molded this availability into crafts and well wove into architecture. Knowledge of materials was widely and skillfully used to structural advantage in buildings. Rajasthan gave fantastic architecture from stone. Carving on stone in walls, interesting jali, that is lattice work, intricately shaped and carved brackets, and shajas, that is weather shades, in many havelis across Rajasthan are examples of this. Most states of northeastern India has evolved fantastic applications of bamboo in architecture. Bamboo is used for multiple applications like partitioning, structural members, in roof making, doors, windows, shutters making, etc. Varieties of joinery is also found at indigenous construction techniques of bamboo widely across entire country. In addition to northeastern states of India, several tribal regions of different states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand have also demonstrated varieties of construction techniques of bamboo. Figure 14 and 15 speak of this traditional construction in stone and in bamboo in Rajasthan and Tripura. So are examples of architecture in modern era designed by architects. Temple in Badmed in Rajasthan, designed by architect Swesmeters, is an example of this. Stone construction techniques from the knowledge of indigenous techniques are generously used in this temple complex. Famous project called Bamboo Symphony, Office of Manasaram Architects in Bengaluru, demonstrates use of bamboo for supporting roofing above it. Figure 16 and 17 respectively speak of both, that is use of stone and use of bamboo in modern buildings. Now, few additional projects by architects in which indigenous construction and design is used. Few architects in India have drawn exemplary lessons from indigenous practices of building construction and building design of India. They have demonstrated how to view such indigenous practices in architecture. Late architect Revati Kamath is said to be pioneer of mud architecture in India. She learned different aspects of indigenous practices of construction and design in India. She has demonstrated this at a project designed by her called Desert Resort in Mandwa in Rajasthan, is shown in this figure 18. Similarly, architect Anupama Kundu has also drawn lessons from indigenous practices, and few of her projects in Auroville are examples of it. She says she is using time-tested materials in new, ingenious ways. This figure 19 shows of hut in Petite Femme in Auroville designed by her. So is one of the projects by architect Yatin Pandya in Kutch region of Gujarat, wherein knowledge of indigenous construction of mud is used. This Gandhinu Gam at Ludia in Kutch in Gujarat has dwellings taking the form of rounded adobe structures with tapering thatch-made rooftop, wherein walls are ornately embroidered with clay and mirror work. Figure 20 speaks of this housing in Kutch. BMTPC Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, a Government of India organization, has developed a two-story system for enabling bamboo construction in bamboo growing regions. This prototype is completed at IPI RTI campus in Bengaluru. Bamboo columns, bamboo grid walls are demonstrated in this prototype along with few other non-bamboo materials. This figure 21 speaks of this prototype house. Conclusion. India had rich tradition of indigenous building design and building construction. Once again, both building design and building construction, both. Architects have been drawing lessons from them periodically. Conclusion can be drawn from this paper above that India has many architects and organizations who have successfully demonstrated how the knowledge of indigenous practices of building construction and building design can be applied in modern contemporary architecture. Although few, there are some non-architects as well who have demonstrated same. Thank you all. I am through with my paper called Indigenous Exemplified, wherein I tried understanding how indigenous building construction and building design have been in use and how architects in modern era, modern times, have been using that knowledge in their projects. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The final paper of the session takes a detailed look into the indigenous architectural vocabulary of Jaipur. Research paper PC23022 titled Haveli Temples at Jaipur by architect Kalpana Pandit, Dr. Tushar Chandra, and Dr. Reena Surana of Department of Architecture and Planning, MNIT, Jaipur, India.
From Department of Architecture and Planning, NIT, Jaipur. My today's presentation topic is Haveli Temples of Jaipur World City, which focuses on the transformation of a classical architectural idiom through indigenous practices. Outline of my presentation is, I'll first talk about the region, Dhundar region, where Jaipur stands, the indigenous architecture, material and practices of the region, then the city of Jaipur, its planning concept, and finally, how with these two things comes the architectural vocabulary of Jaipur. Then I'll talk about Hindu temple concept and its morphology, and what is a Haveli temple, what are its main features. And then I'll compare the two, the classical temple and Haveli temple, taking out how a classical idiom has been transformed into a different typology of building through indigenous practices. Dhundar region is constituted of Dausa, Savai Madhopur, Jaipur, and part of Karoli districts of state of Rajasthan. It has Aravalli ranges in its northwest and a vast desert of Thar on its west. Common building materials available locally are bricks, sandstone, and limestone. But the local stones here are not fit for excellent quality of sculpture, artwork, or external cladding, which are the main features of a classical Hindu temple. As a result, walls are often plastered with lime surki plaster or mud plaster in urban areas and rural areas, respectively. The indigenous architecture, because of its climatic conditions, geological resources, and regional character, are a little different from other regions as usual. The spaces which are very typical to this climate and area are the courtyards, chani or the roof, which are of common use because of the desert climate and very hot 8 months of the year. The open spaces are the main hubs of activity. So the first is this courtyard. This is a standard residence or haveli in Jaipur region, which has a central courtyard, which is square usually, with all the other living spaces built around it. The buildings are squarish, the corners usually like have bastioned corners. The buildings are generally of axial disposition. This courtyard, as you can see, is mostly shaded, which is the main cause why these courtyards are there, and therefore they remain the hubs of the activities, day-to-day activities. Then there are tibaris or verandas, which are the kind of transition spaces between the indoor spaces, which are small, dark, and remain cool because of the thick walls. And these verandas are semi-open. They're open from one or two sides and covered from the top, but they are profusely ventilated. Hence, they also are best places to perform various activities, rituals, etc. The entrances are in the form of kind of enter spaces before the buildings, which are shaded and kind of get an immediate sense of arrival, because as you climb a few steps, enter a dark space directly from the harsh sunlight of outside. They are usually flanked by the two sitting spaces or otlas, as they're called here. And this immediate change in the light quality brings about the feeling of entrance and also a sudden physiological comfort. And they are a typical feature which remain present almost in every building. Then we come to various elements. One most important and most common is jalis. Because of the climatic conditions, which are desert, the extremely dry and extremely hot for 8 to 9 months of the year. Rest of the time it has a cold and dry climate. Hence, jalis are one of those very important features which affect controlled ventilation, controlled vision, and mostly the semi-shaded spaces are created indoors. At the same time, they add a great aesthetic value to the elevations. You can see in this elevation, the vivid and extremely beautiful, intricate jali patterns are present on the wall elevations. These jalis are made in lime. They're not cut in the stone, mind it. They're made in lime, and you can see this indigenous feature when a worker is putting a lime plaster, thick lime plaster on a cutout panel. On that cutout panel, then he'll draw the pattern of the jali, and then taking a sharp knife, which is called kalam, he'll cut out these small pieces to make a jali through it. And therefore, these jalis are a little different from the stone jalis, which you would generally relate with jali. Then these elements, which are also omnipresent, are corner bastions and the chhatris on top. There are these various type of chhatris. You can see this Bangaldar chhatri roof, which is coupled with the two corner kiosks, which are circular in plan. You can have this rectangular Bangaldar roof, which has pinnacle and marks entrance of a civic place or a building. Then there are these offsetted Bangaldar roof chhatris or kiosks. So these are some typical features which are present in all the buildings. There are chandnis, which you can see again here, that there is a roof which is commonly a usable space in all buildings. And then there are these pseudo walls created, which will look like a building elevation from in the front elevation, and this is a view from inside. So this gives a very secluded and private space on the terrace. You can see the same element here, this chandni or a tall parapet wall, which is cut through the jalis, and here it is created through a series of chhatris. So this chandni is also typical feature which adds to aesthetics, comfort, privacy, and security. Then we come to some of the practices which are decorative in nature. You can see the panni work here. A rice plaster in the central picture. This rice plaster is a highly polished surface of lime plaster. On this lime plaster, then you see the stucco paintings or murals, which is a typical feature of this region. The similar picture you can see is the stucco painting of this elephant, which has its own cultural importance. The top one is the panni work, which is a work which is a kind of mosaic cut in glass pieces and the metal foils. And this gives a very elegant appearance to these kind of niches, which are usually the point to have this kind of panni work in buildings. Then there is this plaster decoration. As I told you, that lime plaster or Surkhi plaster is one of the chief constituents of the building skin. So here you can see that how thick these plasters are. This lime Surkhi plaster is sometimes as thick as 6 inches, mostly 4.5 inches. And you can, there is a practice to make figures, almost sculpture-like relief works and very fine patterns in this plaster moldings, and they are one of those, they make one of the chief constituents of the architectural vocabulary in the Dhundar region. Now we come to the Jaipur city. Jaipur city was founded in 1727 during the period when the Mughal Empire was on its declining phase, and this was a very important step from Kachwaha Rajputs of Amer state in establishing a Hindu state. And therefore, this plan, as you can see, is the plan of Jaipur World City, which is a planned city of medieval days, a rare example actually. Now, here you can see that it has got a very homogeneous grain, and the entire city has hierarchical pattern of open spaces, but this entire homogeneous residential areas have equally distributed open spaces, which are basically the courtyards or chowks, as we discussed earlier in the regional character. And this is the palace complex, and that's why it looks a little different, where you have the large open spaces which are of civic importance. So all the buildings in Jaipur city are courtyard buildings. Okay, that the reason attributed to this is the climatic as well as the traditional or indigenous practices of construction, which are suited to the culture and climate of the place. Here you see the architectural character of Jaipur city. Before this, I will try to make one point in the presentation, that Jaipur city was planned by an architect named Vidyadhar Bhattacharya, who was also a renowned Jyotishi or astrologer. The promoter or the king, Savai Jai Singh, who founded Jaipur city, was also a renowned astrologer. He had his interests lying in this field. And therefore, the city was apparently planned based on the principles of Vastu Shastra, the medieval science of planning buildings and cities in India. So all the buildings are oriented according to the Shastric traditions. And therefore, it was kind of a classical paradigm in which the entire city was planned. Now we come to this architectural character of the city. As you can see, this one of the streets. The city is known as Pink City due to the architectural controls which have been imposed by the state about the color and bulk of the buildings. All the buildings, including temples, follow discipline in elevational character. And therefore, this entire facade remains very homogeneous, and you do not see the temples or any other buildings standing out to have this harmony, although all the buildings have their own identity, but they all are in a music-like harmony. This pattern has evolved out of the blend of the indigenous architecture of Dhundar region, which we discussed earlier, and the Mughal architecture. So the Jaipur has a vocabulary of chowks, chandnis, verandas, of jalis, chhatris, kiosks, and the bastion walls, pink color, plaster decorations, and so on and so forth, as we discussed earlier. So with this vocabulary of architecture, now we come to the discussion on the temple architecture. But before that, let's have the reference. This is the image and the components of a medieval Hindu temple, which I'm calling a classical idiom, because the temples have been planned on strict Vastu Shastric regulations and rules. A typical Hindu temple is axial in disposition. It has the plan that you see is one of the best examples of Hindu temple architecture of the medieval days, the Khajuraho group of temples. So here you see it's actually planned. The Garbhagriha is a dark dingy room with very thick walls with a parikrama path around, which is segregated from the main ritual space or main gathering space, which is called mandapa. And between the two is an interlude or a space which is called antaral. The front of the building is a prelude or enter space, which is known as Mukshala or Muk Mandapa. The entire building is raised on a high plinth, adding dignity and a kind of boundary, of sacred boundary to the entire composition. These buildings are, these spaces are expressed in elevation, as you can see, with various conical or near conical roofs. They are not domical practically. They are pyramidal roofs, but they have been so beautifully composed of those little pyramids that they have created in this mode, which is called Shekhari mode, that they follow a curvilinear pattern. But these patterns are different in different regions. But what remains common is this chikara and kalash on top, which establishes a Hindu temple as a landmark in city as well as in wilderness. So even if a temple is built outside the city, the towering shikhara gives it its identity, and the temples, as we all know, are identified by these shikharas and kalash on top. Whereas if we talk about the Haveli temples, which is a different typology and which is present in Rajasthan in a scattered manner, but in concentrated way in Jaipur walled city. So this typical Haveli temple does not have those mandapas and mukshalas and spires and all that. Haveli temple definitely has this Garbhagriha. This Garbhagriha is the place where the deity is placed. In front of the Garbhagriha is Tibari, as we discussed earlier in indigenous way of building. This veranda is in front of the Garbhagriha. Garbhagriha, which is called Nij Mandir in this case. The Tibari is the main ritual space, which represents the Antarala part of the regular temple. In these two have as forecourt the inner court of the temple, and there is then a kind of interspace before this, and then there is another court which may and may not be there, which is an outer court which marks the sacred boundaries. In elevations, you can see there is no shikhara. Now, this suits to the architectural of the character of the city. This is a Jaipur temple. This is a Shekhawati temple. This temple, this Haveli temple, as you can see, has the bastioned corners. It's painted all around, and it has all the typical features of the pole and chhatris and the chandni and all that, and the painted walls. And in Jaipur, with the little difference, it certainly has the pole, potlas, chhatris as elevation, the chandni as the typical feature, the jalis, but it is finished in the typical pink of Jaipur city, which is what you call the key feature of Jaipur architectural controls. Now, how these temples, which look so different, are still the classical sacred places, because as we all know, culturally speaking, one does not make a compromise in when it comes to sacred, when it comes to something which is divine, which has got something to do with the deities or the god. So the question that arises is that how the shikhara, which is all that important and about which the Vastu Shastra is so particular, is absent in these temples, yet these temples fulfill all the requirements of what may be called the parameters or attributes of a sacred or a religious building. So with my study, I have basically summed up these 6 points, which are which are the attributes of a sacred space in Hindu architecture. These attributes are the boundaries. If I am allowed by time, I would like to make a reference to one of the earliest works on the sacred architecture, sacred spaces by Mircea Eliade, who says that the space is not homogeneous to a religious person. It is heterogeneous. There are profane spaces and there are religious spaces. And once you have these two types of spaces, the boundary has to be marked. So there are boundaries. You can call them sacred boundaries for the purpose of discussion. Then there's movement and the focus. Focus is very important in case of the religious architecture. Then there are thresholds which are basically marking boundaries, but the thresholds are strong. And they create a sacred gradient. Then there are ritual spaces and the gathering spaces, because sacred is or religious is for people. So you need those spaces. Then there are symbols which add to the sacred feel or emotional response. So those symbols are there. And then there is this narrative art which is present across cultures and across continents, because it adds to the sacred experience. So you have the narrative arts on the walls of church, similarly on the walls of Hindu temples. So if you would recall, the walls of temples are adorned with beautiful sculptures. We'll see that further. So the various components of these classical temples are then, I'm now trying to hereby compare with the Haveli temples and see how they fulfill all the conditions, and how those local or indigenous components that we talked about fulfill all the requirements of the sacred field. Come to the entrance of the temple. This is a Nagara temple and this is a Haveli temple. So Nagara temple has this mukshala and carved temples, and these sitting spaces known as asana. And the same thing, completely different architectural expression, but you have all the beautifully added components. You have this pole, which is typically indigenous Dhundar region. You have like these asanas, these two otalas to sit. Like this celebration of entrance, you have this celebration of entrance. To top it, instead of a shikhara or a dome, you have these chhaparis. So that's how beautifully the classical idiom has been transformed into an indigenous pattern. Here you have Tibari. This is the Mukh-mandapa of a standard classical temple. And you see the beautiful play of light. And this is the Tibari space in front of, which is the ritual space in case of Haveli temple. This is the courtyard. So you see that beautiful play of light gives almost the same quality, the same feel of the ritual space. Then you have, in the conception of sacred space in Hindu temple, the axiality and the movement. Because if you have an axial movement, this is an Orison temple, this is the Khajuraho temple. These are two representative types of Nagara temples of medieval period. So you see that the movement lines straight. One is guided through these colonnades and doors and passages. Straight, your vision is guided to the entrance of the Garbhagriha or the Sanctum Sanctorum, and this helps building a meditative spirit and the focus onto the dimly lit Garbhagriha, and it adds to the sacred experience. Now, in case when all these elements are absent in case of a Haveli temple, how you affect that? The movement remains axial like this. You enter the first gate. So there is an arched entrance, so the frame is created. Then there is a lowly lit space, so get that sense of entrance, and now you have entered the sacred boundary. And then you come to a well-lit space, which is courtyard, suitable for the climate and culture of this area. Yet your movement remains straight, because now you have the Tibari, which has a series of arches, and your vision is guided to these arches. It is not a complete open space. You have these series of arches, screen of arches, and through the central arch, then actually placed arch or the entry to the Garbhagriha is there, so that you still remain focused on the image of the deity, which is exactly the way it is done in classical temples. But here, through all the indigenous elements of the pole, of the court, of the bari, and so on. Here in this conception of sacred in Hindu temple, you see that this sacred boundary has been marked. This is a standard entrance to the Garbhagriha, which is the sacred boundary. So you see, it is so well adorned with sculptures and it's beautiful decorated with sculptures and so on. This is because of the potential of the material that they were used to use for it. So it is so heavily carved. The Dwarpals put as symbols this threshold created with a height, additional height given, so that one kind of feels that this is the cutoff point for the worldly business, and beyond this there are heavenly things or the divine things. Now, since we do not have that kind of a material in Haveli temples, but they are made in an indigenous manner. So here you see, these are the two examples in Haveli temples. There is insertion of this torana in stone, and here there is this Bangaldar roof composition, which is an indication of a sacred place, with the same elements as these into locally available stone or sometimes in plasters. So they mark the sacred boundary so well, creating almost the same sense, creating the same play of light to evoke the same feeling in observer of the sacred and of awe, right? So this is the way the sacred boundaries are marked here, or like this here, putting a torana and then painting and all. So since it's architecture is a creative discipline, so you'll find various examples that the same thing have been done in many ways. But here, the architect has taken the indigenous vocabulary and transformed it into a classical urban vocabulary and made use of this indigenous thing beautifully in creating the effect of a classical idiom here. Here, another thing is an addition of plinth height. As you can see in a classical Hindu temple, they have a high plinth. So there is a range of steps. They go up, then they go further up, and then the small entrance. So you feel small in front of the deity, you feel small in front of the Supreme Soul. So this is an addition. This is a kind of technique in Hindu architecture which affects the sense of sacred. Another thing is this framing. You can see this framing here. Similarly, in Haveli temples, the same thing. You have this straight flight of steps, then this pole, then a series of arches. This is one, another, the third, and the fourth, and a little kiosk on top, which marks the axis and evokes the same feeling of the cutoff lines, of additional height, of of sacred boundaries, of an elated platform where you find what may be extra natural, supernatural, or divine, all through the indigenous techniques or patterns, traditions. Then there is this narrative art I was talking about. Narrative art in temples, in this case, you can see the carved walls is often used to create a kind of storyline around the myth, which is attached to the deity, to the feel of pilgrimage or feel of visiting a sacred place. So you have these divine figures and the stories carved on the walls and on the ceilings and so on and so forth. Now here in case of Dhundar, the biggest limitation was the non-availability of good quality of stone, and beautifully it has been resolved with the indigenous technique of arraish and plaster and beautiful paintings, the local narrative art in which you can see the stories being painted all around, interiors and on exteriors, as we saw in a typical Haveli temple earlier. So the narrative art is present, the symbols are present, the stories are present in Haveli temple, only in a different vocabulary. So this is how a classical idiom has been transformed into a completely different temple typology, which is called Haveli temples. I would quickly like to conclude. Architecture of a place is evolved through a continuous process of problem solving with external influences and the refinements. The indigenous construction is normally a response to the material properties, local climate, and culture, whereas external influences come as knowledge of new technology and the inspiration from trends in the larger context. Local architecture of Dhundar was, however, great at problem solving with reference to the potential of materials. The region also had great craft traditions. So this was the basic potential of the local building traditions. Building of Jaipur was an effort towards the consolidation of Hindu power after the fragmentation of Great Mughal Empire. So the temple building came up as a statement of re-establishing Hindu power. However, 6 centuries long break in Hindu building tradition due to the Islamic primacy, it necessitated the reinterpretation of the age-old idea of a sacred place for Hindus. Jaipur walled city has as many as 600 or more temples within the city, just to have that consolidated Hindu culture there. And therefore, a new building typology needed to be developed, which becomes homogeneous with the local craft tradition, which becomes, which involves the idea of sacred, which will have inbuilt idea of sacred, yet it doesn't, not all those buildings stand out in the city, making it look like a pilgrimage place, making it look like a hub of only temples. So these all 6 ancient temples in the walled city of Jaipur are not seen at all as a landmark, yet they can be identified on the street elevation as we saw earlier. Now, these factors resulted in the materialization of the designs conceived with the classical building elements through the local craft and the construction techniques. So it resulted in a new and ingenious style. That's the result. A new temple typology, limited to limited geographical area of Rajasthan, parts of Delhi and Gujarat, Haveli temples. Not so well documented and talked about, but the beautiful all the same. Here is this Haveli temple, you can see, so beautiful done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What an informative and knowledgeable start to the International Seminar. On behalf of SOA IPS Academy, I would like to express our immense gratitude to the chief guests, speakers, architects, and attendees for being part of day 1 of phase 3 C2C. We hope that you join us with renewed enthusiasm tomorrow for day 2 of the conference. Thank you.